2 minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Is After Hours with Amy Lawrence.
Welcome back, everybody. David Shepard in for Amy Lawrence here on After Hours on the Infinity Sports Network. Great to be along with you these past 4 hours. Great to be alongside Pete Bellotti as well. Number to get aboard is 855-212-4227. And if you can't get through on our busy phone lines, you can always reach me at Shep on Air. Speaking of on air, I feel like Caitlin Clark has been on air, more specifically Cloud9, for the better part of 2 years since she has made that historic Final Four run with Iowa in back-to-back seasons, and then had an incredible journey to the WNBA and lived up to all the hype and then some. And for the first time since Candace Parker in 2008, as a rookie, she made all WNBA first team. And notice how that got more attention than the WNBA Finals and more attention than even the MVP of the regular season, Asia Wilson, who was also a unanimous selection for all WNBA first team. How many people honestly know Breanna Stewart, who was the best player on the New York Liberty, who happened to win the WNBA championship? How many people can even tell you that she made all WNBA first team? Not many. Well, Clark in the regular season, simply put, creates more dialogue, generates so much more buzz than any other women's basketball player we have ever seen. Apologies to Diana Taurasi and Cheryl Miller and Lisa Leslie, but Caitlin Clark has the it factor. Not that they don't, but she's got the it factor to a level that we've never seen before in women's basketball. And it's not just David Shepard's opinion. It's reflected in the ratings, both from the fans in the seats and the ratings from a television perspective, on an international level and a national level, when she's putting up the highest viewed games in WNBA history, and all 10 of them belong to games that feature Indiana Fever. That's because of Caitlin Clark. When she has the most highly visible game ever in the NCAA tournament, and it's the Iowa women's basketball team, and we associate Iowa first and foremost being a wrestling school, and then a football school, and then a basketball school. When Iowa is putting up those kinds of numbers, that's because of Caitlin Clark. And she's not just a needle mover because of her game, because of her personality. She's a needle mover because of how great she is. And I'm glad that she was recognized as all WNBA first team, because you can make a legitimate argument. Not only was she by far the most important player that the WNBA has seen in its existence, but she was the second best player in the WNBA this season. I said the second best player as a rookie. That's impressive. She started all 40 regular season games. She averaged 19 points per game, 6 rebounds per game, over 8 assists per game, which led everybody, by the way. And nobody has ever put up those numbers in WNBA history, not just for rookies, but for any player. And Clark, with good measure, is just the 5th rookie ever to make WNBA first team in league history, joining the aforementioned Candace Parker, joining Sue Bird, joining Tamika Catchings, and of course, joining Diana Taurasi, who has still not retired yet and might come back and play at the age of 43. And all Clark did, along with those statistics, was she also lit up the league in terms of her range. She became the closest thing the WNBA has ever seen to Steph Curry. And she led the league with 122 made threes and was largely responsible for the Fever making their first playoff appearance since 2016. But like other recent times we've seen, and I'll leave it at that, sometimes the person in position is not necessarily good enough to take you to the next level or take you to the mountaintop. And others get involved, and that person ultimately gets the boot. And unfortunately, that happened to Christy Sides, who I thought did plenty of a good enough job to keep her job for year 3. Apparently, the Fever disagree with me, and they recently dismissed her. And I will say this. They dismissed her and got an upgrade. Not everyone does that. But if you're going to dismiss someone, it's important that you make sure it's an upgrade. And that comes in the form of Stephanie White, who spent the last 2 seasons as the head coach of the Connecticut Sun, where she was not only the WNBA Coach of the Year in 2023, but she won 7 games in the playoffs. The Fever have not won 7 games total in the playoffs for close to a decade. So if you thought the Fever were making plenty of noise last year in the summer and fall of 2024, imagine what they are going to be with Stephanie White in 2025. It's going to be special. And Stephanie White, to her credit, she's embracing this opportunity, and she damn well knows the kind of special caliber players she's going to have the privilege of coaching.
I'm excited. I'm humbled. I'm passionate. I'm competitive, and I'm committed to continuing to move the needle for our league. I love this league. I love the game of basketball. I love the challenges that being at this pivotal moment create. And as a competitor, embrace these opportunities that we have. And certainly we all know it's not easy, but anybody who's ever done what we do knows that it's worth it. You've got incredibly talented players right here in Caitlin and Aaliyah and Lexi, a team that was incredibly fun to watch, very tough to game plan against. So I'm glad I'm going to get to work with you guys, work with you ladies, instead of having to think about how to stop you. The future is so bright. And our ultimate goal is to hang another banner in the field house. And our ultimate goal is to come back in here after we win that championship and celebrate again like we did in 2012.
The misconception about coaching in professional sports all the time is that players put you over the top and coaches are just along for the ride. If that were the case, we would not specifically have opened the show with the championship caliber Detroit Lions. Because ever since they got high-pitched voice Matt Patricia out the door, they have been a completely different team with a different swag, with a different frame of mind. And that ultimately leads to not just 1 playoff victory, but 2 playoff victories. I want you to think about this for a second. The Lions had he will be a Hall of Famer. I believe first ballot in Matthew Stafford. They had a Hall of Fame quarterback for the better part of a decade. They had the best receiver of his generation in Calvin Johnson for the better part of a decade. And they couldn't even win a playoff game together. Well, why is that? Was the talent not good enough? Of course not. They didn't have the coach in place to put his players in a position to succeed and then instill in them the desire to want to run through a wall for that specific coach. And Christy Sides, I don't know if Caitlin Clark wanted to run through a wall for her. I never got that impression. She's going to do that for Stephanie White. And so this is a brilliant move by the Indiana Fever. And this is a lesson for any organization, any team, any franchise, any place of business. Upgrades happen all the time. Sometimes you want to get rid of what you have in front of you, but you better damn well make sure what you go to is better than what you got rid of. And the Indiana Fever can check that box off. Congratulations to Caitlin Clark. Congratulations to Stephanie White. And congratulations to Pete Bellotti, because he did a wonderful job as the executive producer of After Hours. It's always a pleasure to work with you, my man. Thank you so much for all your help. Thank you so much to all the callers. Y'all were great. Thank you to Pat Boyle on the updates. You can always follow me at Shop On Air. And do not go anywhere. Maggie and Perloff are coming up next. Have a great rest of your Wednesday morning, everybody. I'm Shep. I love you all. I'm out.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining.
Uncle Sam's on YouTube, tune in for some laughs. With a beer in his hand and his feet on the grass, he cheers for the Bogersh and Perloff with a toast to the day. 4th of July is the best, you'll hear him say. Raise your glass like the sky, it's the 4th once more. Uncle Sam's got stories that you can't ignore. From Maggie to Perloff, he's got quite the plan to celebrate freedom with a drink in his hand. Uncle of the year with a patriotic twist, watching sports and sipping brews, none he's missed. He jokes and he laughs, spills some too, it's alright, 'cause Drunkle Sam's in charge of the fun tonight. Raise your glass like the sky, it's the 4th once more. Drunkle Sam's got stories that you can't ignore. From Maggie to Perloff, he's got quite the plan to celebrate freedom with a drink in his hand. On the fireworks boom and the stars are out, Drunkle Sam's still laughing, oh there's no doubt. So here's to the uncle who loves his brew. Happy 4th of July from the YouTube crew. So watch with Sam have a laugh or two. He's the life of the party, brought to you by YouTube. With Maggie and Perloff, it's always a jam. Happy Independence, cheers Drunkle Sam.
Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. 15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Maggie and Perloff on the Infinity Sports Network.
We were all glued to our TVs last night. What were we watching? The College Football Playoff Selection Committee, Perloff, they have spoken. The first of many weeks of now debating the college football playoff.
Yeah, I don't know how they're
And
going to...
that's all we were watching last night.
By the way, on that front, I don't know how they're going to stretch this one out. I feel like Joey Galloway was already stretching into the first show. I love that crew. I love Reese, Booger, Joey, and those guys are great. But it's The funny thing is they basically put out the AP ranking, but whatever.
Basically they did. But here's the one thing, and if you weren't paying attention to this last night, obviously there was a lot of other stuff going on. But the top 4 seeds look like this. The top 4 teams actually, which is different than the top 4 seeds. But it looks, you said, like a lot like the AP poll. Oregon at the very top. Ohio State is 2. Georgia is 3. University of Miami is 4. Texas is 5. Then Penn State, Tennessee. Then we get to undefeated Indiana and BYU's. And Miami's undefeated also, obviously, in Oregon. But the bracket of this looks really cool. Week 1. Like, which college football fan in your right mind, Perloff, wouldn't want to see first-round matchups between Tennessee and Indiana or Ohio State and Boise State? That'd be really cool on the campus of Boise State, by the way. Penn State at Notre Dame would be a rager. Texas at Alabama, if the committee and things ended today, that's what the first-round matchups would be. So as a football fan, I want to see all these games. But I'm going to be honest with you, once they put out the 12 teams, I was like, they messed up.
How so?
We should have left it with 4.
Oh, get out of here.
We should have left it with 4 because
no way.
Yes, because now we're going to have, I think, even more of the biases that are going to come in terms of brand and logo, although that was always bad, even back in the day. And I think we're going to end up in a place where no one's actually going to be happy here. You miss out on the top 4. It's such a ridiculously high bar that only the elite of the elite teams. Now we're going to be quibbling about whether Indiana with 100 strength of schedule, yet maybe a good loss to Ohio State is actually better than like LSU. It's just going to be, I don't think we're going to get anywhere in terms of determining a champion. I don't think it's going to get any better than that.
I totally disagree. I think this is great, especially in the new era of parity. This is awesome. I mean, you have 2 teams in the top 4 already have a loss. Like that, how do you know? Like Ohio State doesn't look better than any team below them. Georgia looks very vulnerable. Miami, who's number 4, we haven't seen them play a real team. Like we have no idea. This is a wild 12 team. I feel like it's more wide open than we've seen in forever. And if we didn't have 12 team, we wouldn't have Boise State possibly going. We wouldn't have BYU's this amazing story. It's funny you said the one. I'm not super interested in Tennessee. I like the average SEC, like the next tier of SEC schools. That's where I think the 12 team is going to run into a little bit of a problem. Just piling it up with average.
But they got 8 in the first 12 rankings. I mean, this is what's going to happen. But
you can't have Boise State and BYU without those schools. So I'm all about the 12 team playoff.
We love Boise State. It's a great story. We love that.
Apparently you don't. You want 4 teams. You want to see the same old 4 teams at the top.
I want it to be. I want it to be fair. And when I look at what they did, at least in the first rankings, to Indiana and to BYU, I'm like, especially BYU, what are you guys looking at? Like, this is where you're thinking the brand names of other schools are going to be favored, right? Like, they'd be number 4 in the bracket now if they win the Big 12,
right.
But they have better wins. They beat SMU on the road. They destroyed K-State. And they actually might miss out on being the 5th highest ranked conference champion because Boise State is literally right behind them. In Boise State, I love them, but their best win is Washington State, and then a close loss at Oregon is their second best thing on the schedule.
Well, UNLV.
And a win against UNLV.
Yeah.
Okay, but again, that's not SMU and that's not blowing out K-State, at least how things look right now.
I mean, listen, I think the committee, if I go the opposite way, I think the committee should consider strength of schedule even more. If Indiana, they're 103 out of 134 in strength of schedule.
Yeah.
I mean, they haven't played anybody.
They haven't played anybody.
And Notre Dame is a joke, by the way. I want to put that out there, too. Notre Dame's schedule, they're 75th out of 134, and that's not going to go up much, even though they'll play Army. But, like,
no, the Texas A&M win is not looking as good because A&M
come on.
has lost.
I just think that generally, that I think if you're a major program, why would you schedule anyone when you look at these rankings? Like, it's stupid to put hard teams on your schedule because they're clearly, to me, they don't care about strength of schedule. I think at the end of the day, I mean, you say brands, but I think Alabama has the 11th hardest schedule in the country. Like, they deserve, if they get through this with 2 losses, they deserve it.
Okay, but then I think you're going to, on the flip side, you will have people who are a little ticked off because, say, Indiana, again, with the strength of schedule that is not good, but it's possible that they go 11-1, but have 0 wins. This is if they lose to Ohio State, but have 0 wins over teams that received a single point in the top 25. Like a single ranking, like one single vote to be ranked in the top 25. Those would be their wins.
Yeah, but they'll have a great chance with 1 loss. According to everyone on ESPN last night, they still have a great chance to get in with 1 loss to Ohio State if it's close.
If it's close, but they're not going to make it to the Big Ten title game at that point because it'd be Oregon and Ohio State.
Right, but some of the teams behind them, they'll fall, but some of the teams behind them have losses coming too. So you got to remember, it's 1 loss will look a lot different after 4 weeks than it does now. So they have they're not done if they lose to Ohio State.
No, they're not.
That'll be interesting. By the way, and if they get blown out by Ohio State, which seems unlikely because Ohio State isn't really blowing teams out, then what does that say about Indiana?
Then everything was built on a house of cards.
Yeah,
right? And this great story is not this great story. This is why I want the 4 teams back.
Oh, God.
And we used to quibble about the 4 teams, and I know Florida State got screwed last year, but take that out of your brain for a second. Don't you think we generally landed on the top 4 teams? Top 12. Wow. You are just inviting so much chaos.
I have no idea. Honestly, I have no idea if these are the top 4 teams. I know Oregon's the number 1 team.
No, I'm saying when we used to do it, the way we used to do it.
No, I don't know that we ever landed on the top 4 teams. I mean, last year honestly, remember we spent a month talking about that? We had no idea if we landed on the top 4.
Take away FSU last year because that was a crazy one. They lost their quarterback and everything got screwy. But here's the thing. The way that this format is set up, and it may not last like this forever, but the way the format's set up is that you're going to have a BYU or a Miami getting first-round buys when they might not be the best teams in the country. Maybe Miami is. I don't know.
That's okay. Then they'll get discovered in the second round. They'll get exposed.
Okay.
I don't know. I can't see any downside to this. I understand what you're saying. Like maybe
it's a moving target of committee biases.
Yeah, but that's always been that way. I think it's
a little harder to keep certain teams out though when it's 4.
I mean, listen, they started
the Florida State
the 4-team
last year.
playoff.
I realized that was a bad test case.
The 4-team playoffs started off in 2014, and they just mysteriously jumped Ohio State over TCU, and everybody was like, and then they rolled the table. So with Cardale Jones, there's never been logic here. They don't, and also their system is. It feels kind of arbitrary to me.
I'm curious. I know there was a lot going on last night, but if people were paying attention to this, did it feel like, all right, this is cool and I want this, or are we actually going to get a truer champion? And isn't that what this is all about? It's actually all about money, but let's not make a mistake about that. It's about money. It's about TV. But are we actually getting a truer champion?
I think absolutely. This year especially, because like what is the margin of error between these top teams and the lower teams? I mean, Alabama is 11, and they, as I recall, beat number 3 Georgia, and they could beat them again. Who knows? I mean, doesn't this feel like a who knows season? Ohio State, we've watched Ohio State. Like they feel like they could play with anybody right now.
Yeah. And you don't mean that in a good way. You mean
right,
that
like
in a bad
they could
way.
be in a game. And Miami looks awesome, but they just have not had the schedule, so we don't know.
Miami looks like they're begging to lose a game too.
Yeah,
I know
exactly.
last week they look, but I mean the comeback against Cal, the Virginia Tech ending, Louisville. I mean, they've been on a razor's edge.
I think a lot will be clarified in the coming weeks. For example, we'll have LSU, Alabama. This is a real test. That's
a knockout game.
We get to see who is Alabama. You know, is Alabama? Do they deserve to be here? They'll get to prove it at LSU.
And listen, whoever loses out, LSU didn't make the initial top 12. If they beat Alabama, they will get into the top 12, and Alabama will have 3 losses, and they'll be gone.
Yeah, it is interesting. Like, you can already see some real battles being drawn. Somebody's going to get screwed. That's a good thing about 12. It doesn't matter. You will agree that it doesn't matter if it's 4 or it's 12. The last team out is still going to be just as furious.
Yeah, well, now I think a lot of fan bases are setting themselves up like, oh, we should have absolutely been in. And now it makes your season look like all that much more of a failure if you didn't. Like, I'm thinking about the Ole Misses of the world and teams like that where you were really expecting you were going to be there. And
yeah, try not to lose to Kentucky. But if Ole Miss beats Georgia this week, then
they back in.
They're in great shape. And honestly, that'd be a big feat.
All you got to do is beat Georgia.
That'd be a big feat for a program like Ole Miss to beat Georgia. I'm honestly, like, I don't remember Lane and Ole Miss winning a game like that. So,
and then what do you do with Georgia with 2 losses? I mean, again.
Yeah, it's fun. What's wrong? Let's have controversy.
I don't know. EJ, are you with me? Manny, are you with me or with Perloff? More is more?
I mean, yesterday I was the one who said, let's bring the BCS back. So
yeah. Manny, you are the third-party candidate in this whole thing. You are officially representing independence.
Let's not even do BCS. Let's just have I don't even remember. What did they call the pre-BCS era?
I think they just declared champions, right? It was just like, they're the AP champions. They won the poll.
Yeah, there were a couple splits.
Declare championship.
It's called a bunch of dudes in a smoky back room.
Yeah, you ever had a co-champion before, Manny? That's not fun for anybody.
That one is not great.
I think what bothers me a little bit is just the margin of error for these SEC teams being so great compared to everyone else, right? Like, as a Miami fan, like, I sit here with the number 1 offense, Heisman Trophy winning quarterback, and it sounds like just from the commentary of the committee, it sounds like they like Miami a lot because of that offense. But you feel like, looking at the conference breakdown, that if they lose one game, like, are they going to plummet to like 10 or 11?
Yeah.
Like, I see Notre Dame, they lost to freaking Northern Illinois, and it feels like they really didn't wear that. It feels like Alabama with 2 losses hasn't worn losing to Vanderbilt. Like,
EJ, I'll do you one better about Miami. Let's set up this scenario about your precious Hurricanes. Let's say you get all the way to the ACC championship game and you lose.
Right.
And now you're sitting there at 12-1.
That's the.
Are you stealing a bid from whatever SEC team?
That's the question.
I don't.
And I worry about not even that.
That's
I also
maybe where
worry
your
again
logo helps.
Yeah, and I also worry about seeding though too. It's just like, again, like, okay, you lose one game, like, are you going to plummet to 11 or 10? Like, you have number 1 offense.
So who cares if you're in? What's the difference?
Well, you don't get a home game or you don't get a bye.
But if they lose the ACC title game, they don't deserve a bye. So that's fine.
But why would Alabama losing to Vanderbilt be better than Miami losing to SMU or losing to Clemson?
Yeah, but as long as they're in, to me, it's as long as you're in, you're okay. But hey, let me ask you a question.
But I think the bye matters.
I think the committee is not going to care about conference losses. So Reese Davis asked, conference title game losses. Reese Davis asked Ward Manuel that last night. And Manuel talked around a little bit. But remember, was it last year or 2 years ago when Kansas State beat TCU in the conference title game and they just blew over it? And I think they're leaning towards not counting that as a loss. Based on the way the committee is and the way he said it last night. So I don't think that will screw Miami.
See, I think that's just another point and another safety net or what have you for the committee to basically do whatever they want. It's like maybe they'll favor conference title games. Maybe they won't. I don't know. It kind of leaves them all the wiggle room that they possibly need.
I think they're going to let teams go on conference title losses. I really do. And I think they probably should because it's an extra game.
So you think that if Miami goes to the ACC championship game and they lose,
they're like 10.
Then 2 ACC teams are getting
Yes,
in.
I do.
But then again, like, why are we 10? That's why I don't understand.
Oh my God! Look at all of us. Miami has a big. When's the last time they've been a title contender? And now you're complaining because you're too low in the playoffs.
Wait, hold on. We talking about Tennessee's 8? Texas. What have they won? Like, come on now. Let's relax.
Yeah.
Like, that's my problem. Again, it's there's a weighted. Again, these losses, like Tennessee, like, they have a terrible loss. Like, Alabama has one terrible loss. Like, Miami will not have a bad loss if they run the table in the regular season. Can
we just, like, pull back a second? Now EJ's complaining that Miami's too low in the playoff.
Listen,
like, this is Miami. Like, you're awesome. Like, enjoy this.
I'm with EJ on this one, Perloff, because I think what EJ is explaining here is it's not about actually what's just happening this year.
Right.
That whole Miami, you should just be happy to be here.
Yeah.
That's taking in all the previous years of Miami falling short and all of that stuff. And I think that's going to work for and against people, by the way.
Well, it's also, I think it's about the schedule. I mean, I think the schedule should be so weighted. I would love to see college football say, all we care about is strength of schedule. So that meant in September, instead of watching Mercer play Georgia, we could get some like big games. But now teams are going to be like, forget that. I'm never scheduling a tough. I mean, look, honestly, like the funny thing about it, we've talked about this, Miami, like they let up 45 to Louisville, 31 to Duke, 38 to California, 34 to Virginia Tech. Is this a really elite team, EJ?
I mean, their defense is bad, but run off the offensive numbers they put up in those games.
Yeah, a lot.
And by the way, you talk about scheduling. Some of it also is so arbitrary because Miami schedules a road game at Florida, first game of the season 3 years ago. That sounds like like you're walking into the eye of the tiger, right?
I know.
Like it's, and then Ohio State. What road games are they scheduling? Well, you got Akron in week 2.
They went to Oregon. I mean,
that's that's a regular season conference game. I'm talking about non-conference schedule.
Did Ohio State play a tough game early?
No,
I think Michigan also, they rode this. I mean, Michigan was a great team last year, maybe an all-time team, so whatever. But they played nobody. They were paying to get out of games, you know? And that you're going to see a lot more of that. But here's the thing, Pearl. I think college football executives or whatever, they'll tell you, okay, well, you sacrifice a week September schedule if you're getting awesome January.
No, it's stupid.
That's what they're hoping because you look at this bracket where it's like, yeah, I do want to watch Penn State play Notre Dame, actually. Although Penn State can't win a big game. So
I think they need to somehow encourage. And at the end of the day, I think they will look at strength of schedule. I think it'll be the most important factor. And it should be. Because if you play tough teams, you're going to have more losses. That's just how it works. It's math.
855-212-4227. Well, if it's math. Why waste any time? Let's go to the phones. Darius is in Dallas. He's up first here on the Maggie and Perloff show. Hey, Darius.
How you doing, Maggie? Amy Perloff. I appreciate you guys accepting me on. I just wanted to get on here as an SMU alum and former football player there. I just don't agree with the fact, going back to a 14 playoff. I don't even think it makes sense. I think the refreshness of having, a lot more teams involved, even the fact that you guys just spoke about, 5 or 6 teams right there, just makes it better. I think with the NIL and the transfer portal, it will begin to level the playing field out. This year might be a little harder for some of the lower-end teams, but just like college basketball, after a while, you'll start having teams that can compete at a higher level that you would never been able to have happen, in my opinion, with only 4 teams being in. So I'm fully in favor of 12. Could really see 16 and then stop there. And of course, they do have some stuff to fix as far as the weighted scheduling and things like that, but it's just better right now, and that's just my opinion. I'll leave it at that.
Darius, I think you're 100% right about NIL and the transfer portal and it spreading out a lot of the talent. Why be second string or third string at Alabama or Georgia and be sitting there when you could be starting and be making some good money at another school? So I totally get that. Yep. But I wonder if Darius would be singing the same tune if somehow SMU goes to the ACC title game, loses to Miami, and finds themselves out.
Yeah, but I mean, it wouldn't even be a topic. They'd already be done if it was a 14 playoff. We wouldn't even be talking about SMU. They probably wouldn't even get in with a win in the.
So you found yourself at the exact same spot. Just with a lot more aggravation.
No, I mean, this is awesome. We get to root for SMU games. This is really cool. Otherwise, well, maybe they would get in, actually, if they won the ACC title game to the 4. But generally, though, this is really, really cool.
But if they win the ACC title game, then they're in.
But would they have gotten into a 4? They probably actually would have.
Into a 4, I don't know.
Yeah, that would be close.
But even the SMU case, I think, is also another example of the haves and the have-nots, right? Because SMU's only loss is by 3 points to an undefeated BYU team. Yeah. And they've run the table in the ACC, and they've looked really good besides that Duke game where they had like 1 million turnovers. They've been beating up a lot of these ACC teams, and they're outside looking in. Their losses, in theory, could be to an undefeated Miami and an undefeated BYU, and they don't get in, but Alabama could lose to Vandy? Yeah. How does that make any sense?
Why, Vandy's a good team. What's wrong with that?
How many losses is Vandy going to have by the end of the year?
3?
They could have 4.
I mean, it's not a lot. I'm
just saying, though.
Deputies are in the SEC. Look at their schedule.
No, but clearly, SMU would have better losses than Alabama does, and they'd have about the same amount. They would have lost to 2 teams in the college football playoff, and Alabama would have lost to 1 team that didn't make it. Like, that's my thing about how this whole thing is not fair. It's just not fair.
can we put the poll question up, please? Now that you've seen the first college football playoff rankings, do you like it, or you rather go back to just the top 4? 855
Or the two-team.
I mean,
212-4227, or Manny is trying to keep hope alive with the BCS making a triumphant return.
but Vanderbilt's a top 25 team. I don't know what you're saying here. I really think Alabama's 2 losses are impressive on the road, by the way. I mean, they have two losses to ranked teams on the road. That is not. You can't say Alabama's losses are not quality losses if such a thing exists.
Well, Notre Dame has a loss to Northern Illinois, so maybe you can run them too.
I'm 100% with you on that.
I guess maybe the other thing, though, about Alabama is, yes, those losses could be like air quotes good losses or whatever, but some of their wins don't look that convincing either.
Nah.
South Carolina, et cetera. 855
South Carolina, they had that game under control. If Jeremy Bernard just takes a knee, then that game isn't even close. I mean, that was
855-212-4227. 12 teams or 4 teams now that you've seen it. Lots more to do today. We actually did have some interesting moves made at the NFL trade deadline. We'll get to that as well. Teams like the Steelers, teams like the Ravens, teams like the Washington Commanders making some pretty significant moves. The Cowboys, yes, also made a move. Will it matter? I don't know. Jerry the laughingstock today? Perhaps. 855-212-4227.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. "45 seconds remaining. "30 seconds remaining. "15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back. Maggie and Perloff Show. The 12-team playoff debate continued into the break. EJ is going to be the number one national cheerleader for the Miami Hurricanes if they lose a game. But I think that's, honestly, he is being objective. But that's what's going to happen, which is why I love this 12-team playoff. You're going to see fan bases really mobilize, and not just 2 or 3 like they normally are. We're going to have like 6 fan bases making arguments. I love this chaos and this controversy. And honestly, I want to see these teams I want to see what BYU stacks up against a real team. I have no idea. Like BYU plays Georgia. Who knows what a result would be?
I mean, they beat SMU. They beat K-State. Those are not nothing teams.
Are they Georgia?
Well, it's not Georgia, but...
Do you remember what happened when Georgia played TCU in the final game?
I do remember that. It was a beatdown, but I do remember what TCU did against Michigan. And that was a great game, an all-time game.
I know.
TCU won it.
I know.
So.
That's why I think the 12 team is going to be it's a good number. I'm not even scared of 6 teams. I think there's a lot of parity in college football.
Don't you think there's also just this, I think it's a lot of, like the committee members they're not computers like Manny's beloved BCS. But they're people and they have their biases. And I also think there's always this like little tinge of a threat, whether it's explicit or implicit, that the SEC and the Big Ten could always just say, well, we don't like how this is going.
Yeah.
We're just going to go do our own thing.
Yeah, which they probably should.
Well, I'm just saying, though, that I think that tilts the scales, too. And if I'm a BYU or an SMU or Miami or whatever, and Miami's a little different because they're a national brand, but if I'm BYU, I don't love that.
No, but you can, the Big Ten and the SEC has this other argument, like put us on a neutral field and we'll see how BYU stacks up against our 5th best team.
Okay, but then you're never going to get a Cinderella story if that's how you want to do it.
If college football is becoming pro football, then maybe they should go to an even scheduling. I mean, maybe it shouldn't be this ridiculously imbalance where you have Indiana has the 111th strength of schedule. Maybe they should work on this because it's basically pro football. What's the difference? I mean, they're paying the players now.
There's 100 more teams.
Well, yeah, but I mean, but are they real? I mean, they're really about 60 that have any chance to do anything, and then really 20 have anything chance. So I don't know. I just feel like, yeah, you say that, Maggie, but you know that Tennessee would be favored over BYU on a neutral field, like heavily.
Yeah, I think also if we just stopped making bowl games totally irrelevant, which they didn't used to be totally irrelevant when we were younger.
Oh, no, you think you're getting that back? No way.
No, we're not. But I think that's led to part of this, like, this championship or bust mentality for college football, which was never how it was. It used to be okay to make it to a bowl game and everyone would play and not just be looking out for the NFL, which, listen, I get it. There's a lot of money at stake. But it didn't used to be this way where you would have a team that goes to play another bowl team and they're playing half a roster. Like Georgia playing Florida State last year, in theory, in a bowl game, that should be a really good game. But no one from Florida State played and they won 100-0 or whatever the final score was. So that was part of it that chipped away, I think, at what was, fun for college football that now can't be fun because if there's nothing, quote unquote, on the line, then there's no reason to play.
Well, I think an even bigger issue was what if you lose the importance of the regular season games? For example, Georgia, Texas. If that was a do or die game, that probably felt even bigger. But I think the games have still been almost as exciting. I haven't felt a drop off in regular season excitement yet.
You want to know why? I think that's where the parity comes in because the teams are good and the games are exciting.
Yeah. So I don't think because in college basketball, it's been the opposite. They expanded the field now to 68, and the regular season is meaningless because who cares if Duke beats North Carolina? They're both going to be in the tournament. So I think college football has avoided that kind of sort of irrelevance of the regular season so far.
I think college basketball also suffered because their conference realignment had nothing to do with basketball. It had everything to do with football and football money. And so it felt so willy-nilly. Like, why? Like, I know it's fine now, but like Syracuse in the ACC, like I know the Big East has rebounded and no pun intended, but they should have kept some of those traditional basketball.
I always think a one and done is the major. One and done and high school players to the pros is what's killed college basketball.
Yeah, but high school players to the pros hasn't happened in 10 years.
Yeah, well, you're right.
Well, 2004. I wasn't.
Oh yeah, I know, but like to the G League and like. Yeah, I mean.
The IMG Academy.
Yeah,
et
or Australia or whatever. I just think that one and done, but you didn't get to know the players. Like that's to me a bigger difference in conference realignment. I was a kid, you get to see a guy for 3 years.
Yeah.
I think that's a bummer for college basketball. But then again, in March, we're all in. So it's not like they're dead.
That's true.
Yeah.
Andrew Bogusch is here with us with headlines. What's going on in the world today, Bogues?
Good morning, guys. These headlines are sponsored by Prize Picks. Football season's here, and Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action. Download Prize Picks, use code MANDP, and get a $50 credit instantly when you play $5. Must be present in certain states where it's lawful to wager. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Can that become like someone on the show? Can we start blaming things? Like, who did that? Who messed that up? It's like, Man P. Terrible hire.
Joel Embiid has a new reason to miss games. The Sixers center suspended for 3 contests by the NBA for shoving Philadelphia Inquirer columnist Marcus Hayes in the Philly locker room Saturday night. If you don't know by now, Embiid was angry over Hayes using Embiid's sons and late brother's names in a critical column. The league statement saying in part, quote, interactions must remain professional on both sides and can never turn physical. Only 2 teams have been number 1 in the initial CFP rankings and got on to win the national title. Georgia was the last in 2021. Oregon's up next after sitting atop last night's reveal. The Ducks followed in the top 25 by Ohio State, Georgia, Miami, and Texas. But things are different now, kinda, said Selection Committee Chair Ward Manuel on ESPN.
The process is the same. We rank the best 25 teams, 1 through 25, and that's exactly what this process is designed to do from the very beginning.
But we have to reconfigure that top 25 into a 12-team bracket. So once again, Oregon, Georgia, Miami, and BYU would get first-round byes as the Power 4 conference champs. Ohio State, Boise State, Texas, Alabama, Penn State, Notre Dame, and Tennessee, Indiana would be the on-site first-round matchups. Almost as significant as that is the return of Maction. Miami of Ohio, a 27-21 win at Ball State last night. The Redhawks quarterbacked by Brett Gabbert. And yes, that is Blaine's younger brother, Brett 3.
Oh, for a second I thought you were going to say son. And I was about to be like, wait a minute. No. I need oxygen.
But even that, like, how far apart are they in years?
Well, Brett, I believe, is one of the, I don't know if he's like 27, 28, but he's been in college for a long time.
Okay.
So the gap is not, and Blaine, I think, is still on the younger side. That's how bad he was. So I don't think the gap is too significant.
Oh, is Blaine one of those guys who's like 32 and we think he's been around for...
So Brett is 24.
I bet Blaine
is 35.
34.
That's pretty good.
Oh,
He's
wow.
Geno Smith draft, right? Or no?
No, he was a Jake Locker, Cam
Yeah.
Newton draft.
I would have gone younger on Blaine.
Is Blaine still in the league?
Yeah, definitely.
I think he's a free agent, it says here.
Oh, he's not in the... What?
Well, he was the backup in Tampa, right?
He was a backup in KC, right? Last year.
Yeah,
You're right. No one picked him up.
No one picked him up after the KC era.
All in.
Well, Brett had 3
Jerry,
touchdown
make a call.
passes last night in this Miami of Ohio win. The Las Vegas Raiders have promoted Scott Turner to interim offensive coordinator. You may be more familiar with his dad, Norv. He is joining the organization as a senior advisor.
Is 90s called?
What year is it again?
Yeah, I mean, I want to coach on that. That is a 1998 coach. Joe Philbin's there, right?
Yeah.
Marvin Lewis. It's like, I mean, is there a football purpose for all these old guys there?
But is this reverse nepotism? Son gets dad back in the NFL, and Scott probably had a job because he was Norv's kid. Now, because he's Norv's kid, Norv gets to work for the Raiders again and actually be the offensive coordinator.
Yeah, it's like the Callahans.
It's weird.
Bill Callahan and Brian.
Oh,
But
wait.
Lane hired his dad at one point too, the late Monty, right?
Yeah.
You know what's funny? I get it. You know, you want your dad there and they can help you out and advise you. Do you guys realize, like, had any of us just had a happen encounter with Mark Davis at some point in our lives, like, we could be sitting pretty right now.
Yeah.
Mike Samter ran into him in a Las Vegas hotel lobby. I'm like, if you had played that interaction a little bit better, you might be running the Raiders right now.
No, I think Mark could see right through Samter.
He's got Jim Gray on the advisory board and, like, is making serious decisions.
Could probably see over him, too.
Thing.
By the way, you know who else?
He's not even awake to hear this.
We
I
did
love
once
it. That's
put
the best
Samter
part.
in a box and then pushed him over.
Do you want to hear some more names on that Raiders staff? Did you know Rob Ryan was in the house?
No, he's not.
Yes.
Really?
Did you know Cadillac Williams is on that staff?
That I didn't know. I remember
Edgar
that.
Bennett, who I remember as a player. I think I've drafted him in fantasy a couple times. Ricky Manning Jr.
I think Tom Coughlin's also an advisor too,
No.
because Antonio Pierce. It's like his greatest moment was with Tom.
Yeah,
Coughlin.
this is an all-star staff. I mean, they're probably all going to be gone next year.
Going really well. They must be good coaches.
Yeah.
I
It is.
mean, elderly people going to Vegas. What's
No, I mean,
what's like out of the ordinary here?
I know. Like, what is going on in this staff? Yeah, Rob Ryan's definitely there, and he definitely still has the long hair.
What's his title?
I can't read this. It is Senior Defensive Assistant.
Fun coordinator.
Senior.
To be fair, he's kept a pretty low profile.
I don't know. I saw this tweet yesterday where they have pictures on the website of all their coaches, and they're all there.
If this was Rex, he'd be like on stage with some showgirls or something, still talking about Belichick.
But Rob actually has been on pretty much every team in the NFL quietly.
Yes.
That guy's been around. Joe Philbin, what is he doing there? What is... But is Norv Turner? I was thinking about this last night. Was he part of Emmitt Smith's record? Yeah. What year did he start coaching?
I mean, Norv Turner run the ball,
Was
but
he
he was
in the-
also a Raiders coach.
Was he in '85 or So has he been coaching for 50 years?
Yeah, I mean, his first job was the Rams in '85, and then he was offensive coordinator of the Cowboys beginning in '91.
Manny, what year were you born?
97.
Oh, thank God! I thought it was me under 2000 for some reason.
Oh, like 02?
No.
Yeah,
New
No,
Millennium.
that's
baby.
Nico.
No.
Nico, Amanda.
97, huh? That was a good year.
It was a fun year.
Junior year of high school.
Sure it was, guys.
Jordan Fleet game.
It's like, I'm sure it was, you old.
So you know Norv Turner as the Washington football coach then?
No, he knows him as Raiders senior advisor.
I'm just kidding.
He just heard of him today.
Maybe Chargers head coach.
Chargers head
I'm
coach.
totally kidding. Yeah,
Who would name their son Norv?
yeah. I've always actually
What
wondered.
is that short for?
Norval?
Norville.
Okay. That's my favorite.
All right.
That name didn't take off. I haven't met
Not
a
exactly
Nor-
Jalen, you're saying?
No, I've not met a Norville since.
We had one athlete who was named Jalen, and all of a sudden half the population is Jalen.
I still
really,
want.
that one
I
caught
still
on.
need to fact check that.
This one
story.
bothers you, I can tell.
I get that Jalen Rose was the first Jalen. That just doesn't seem right.
It's a big claim that no one can ever
Yeah,
verify.
it just doesn't seem. I really need a fact check on that one. In the history of mankind, there was never a Jalen before Jalen Rose.
I mean-
because when Jalen Rose came into college basketball, I was like, wow, that's such a weird first name. I don't remember ever thinking
And
that.
now kind of like milk, there are 37 different ways to spell Jalen.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can get a Y in there.
You can get an E in there. Like 2 E's, rather.
All right.
The silent Z is, no, I'm just kidding. Have you ever wondered how many of there are you in the world?
With your name?
Yeah, I know there's another Maggie Gray. She's won an Oscar for set design.
Yeah.
She's British, and she's probably not happy
Congrats,
that I'm
Maggie.
coming up on her corner.
There's Elijah Stewart who played at USC and was a pretty good basketball player.
There you go.
There's one, Andrew Perloff. He's a hedge fund manager in England who's made millions of dollars from Panther Capital. And
Are you sure that's not you?
Yes, no. So I once in a while get some high-end investment people saying, we want to help you manage your money. I'm like, I think you have the wrong Andrew Perloff.
You should take them up on these things.
Well, I don't know. They're
Here's
like
$84.
They're like, here's where you should put your pounds. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's not American. By the way, I'm Googling famous people named Jalen. I'm going to find someone before Jalen Rose.
Good luck.
In the
How
meantime,
many Manny Rodriguez's do you think there are?
I do remember one Emmanuel Rodriguez in like the Little League World Series when I was 13 years old or something like that. So I know there's at least one that's in Mexico. Go figure.
Shohei Ohtani's World Series shoulder injury included a torn labrum. He had surgery yesterday to fix that. The Dodgers expect him to be ready for opening day. The Braves said yesterday that Ronald Acuna Jr. and Spencer Strider will likely not be ready for the start of next season. They are returning respectively from a torn ACL and elbow surgery. And let's finish with some Canada on Canada crime.
Suzuki loses his stick. Coronado shoots the puck and scores! Matt Coronado, the hero here in La Belle Provence. He scores the game-tying goal with 2 minutes and 46 seconds left, and he scores the game winner 7 seconds into overtime as the Flames battle back and beat the Canadiens 3-2 in OT.
In OT, that's Flames Radio. The little guys from Calgary take down big city Canadiens again 3-2 in that goal from Matt Coronado.
What are you doing, Bogues?
I'm sorry?
There's one NHL highlight that has to be played today. Our guy scored. Is that later?
I got 4 of these, man.
Yeah, I know, but I was so excited. I saw it last night. The man, Ivan scored. And I was like, I can't wait to hear Bogus do this headline. I'm sorry, I jumped your gun here.
What are you, Romo?
Yeah.
Just trouncing all over Bogus's call here.
I know, but Ivan is such an event when that dude scores.
Perloff's got Google alerts just in his name.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting here. I love it. We jump on to little hockey stories. We cover that sport better.
I know, you asked for hockey, I give you hockey, and then it's not the right hockey. I just can't win with you.
Yeah.
Keeping you on your toes.
Maybe later we'll get some Ivan.
I'll tell the newsroom about your hockey crush so they find all the Ivan sounds.
Get our best people on it, Billy.
Yeah. That's about it. It's a 2-person list.
I'm too busy looking for people named Jalen. There's no one. There's absolutely no one. Not a single Jalen before Jalen Rose.
I thought you were saying you're looking for more Connors to jump on their bandwagon. Ivan, and everyone named Connor who plays hockey. Perloff's like, I love that dude.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's easy. Connor McDavid, Connor Bedard.
Think Connor's going to hang on as far as a name?
I don't know.
Is it going the way of the Norv?
We have a guy here. We have a couple Connors. There's Connor Hughes, the Jets writer. Mm-hmm. Connor's a pretty solid name. I don't think that's a bad one.
Connor's like Sean. I think it's like it was like a preppy kind of name when in like the 80s
preppy.
and 90s.
But it could be like Ivan.
2000s.
It's also one of those names. Could be a last name. We could have Connor.
That would be something.
Welcome to the sleep-deprived Maggie and Perloff
show. Certainly not distracted by anything, that's for sure. Let's get more of this Connor talk. This is gold. 855-212-4227. I really hope the bosses are listening today. In fact, our former boss is going to be joining us at the top of the hour for a lot of fun, specifically to talk about altercations.
It's been good.
Between media members and athletes. 855-212-4227. Bogus, thanks so much. Coming up, what did the Steelers do yesterday? They got better. We'll talk about it.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back, Maggie Gray, Andrew Perloff. We talked about the college football playoff committee rankings. We have the poll question up, EJ. You can vote at Maggie and Pearl on X. Thank you. Now that you've seen the first rankings of all 12, do you like this or would you rather just go back to 4? What's going to get us the truest champion? That's up there for you to go vote. But Perloff, I know yesterday you were super excited about the NFL trade deadline.
What a bummer. Hey, what happened? Where are all the trades? Where are all the there was a couple good ones, but I thought there was going to be something massive. I thought the Niners were going to go all in. I thought the Cowboys might shock everyone and make a real move. I thought my Eagles were going to make a deal, and it turned out a lot of marginal teams sort of picking at the edges.
All in.
Do you think this was more about teams that will regret not doing something at the deadline or teams, that didn't do enough? Like, I'm looking at what the Washington Commanders did with adding Marshawn Lattimore. Now, Marshawn Lattimore is like a 4-time Pro Bowl cornerback, but has had some injury concerns. The Washington Commanders defense is getting better incrementally, Pearl, but they are not a great unit. And Dan Quinn is their head coach. So adding a defensive player, I think was a major move for them. And I'm going to be honest with you. I think they're looking at the Lions. I think they're looking at your Philadelphia Eagles. They're looking at the Lions. They're looking at teams that have explosive wide receivers and thinking, we need somebody who can cover man-to-man.
Well, I'll tell you right now, Marshawn Lattimore is one of the handsiest cornerbacks in the league. So I'm calling Roger Goodell right now and say, "Why? Let's throw some flags on this dude." But that's my Eagles fan in me. No, that's a big move. I feel like what you just said, it's too rich to say they're going after the Lions because maybe I'm being too down on them, but even best case scenario, like they are going to be massive underdogs in the playoffs to the Lions because their defense is still a bit unproven. They've kind of gotten the right schedule.
That's fair.
Yeah.
But again, now they just made a pretty big defensive upgrade if Lattimore can stay healthy. Zadarius Smith was obviously traded yesterday. The Lions shore up their pass rush, so they were not sitting on their hands by any means. And the Steelers added not only Mike Williams, the wide receiver for the Jets, that lasted about 5 seconds. He gets flipped to Pittsburgh, and then they also added Preston Smith from the Green Bay Packers, who's got 2.5 sacks this year as a defensive lineman.
I mean, talking about what is that? Is Mike Williams their 9th choice at wide receiver? How many teams? How many wide receivers have they been linked to that they did not get? So
I'm starting not to believe it. I mean,
I don't know. I mean, all the reporters were pretty clear that they preseason made an offer to Ayuk. We know that.
Yep.
You'll believe that. During the season, it seems like they were all in on trying to get DK Metcalf or Cortland Sutton. That did not work. They wanted Adam Thielen. He got hurt. They wanted everybody. They wanted, Christian Kirk. They were ready to make that trade, reportedly. He got hurt. So it's like, I saw Mike Williams play with the Jets. To me, this is a very, very marginal addition. Like, I would not change the Steelers win total an ounce for this. Would you?
He's a bum.
I'm not changing it, but maybe this is the ultimate scenario where Mike Williams needed to get out of New York.
Right.
I mean, the Aaron Rodgers throwing him under the bus in a press conference, when you're talking about a veteran like that who's got a lot of pride, and they brought in Devontae Adams and made him way less relevant.
Don't be a freaking weirdo.
Then I think that he probably just needed the change of scenery, and maybe now he's got something really to prove, which I don't know if he had at the Jets.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, it seems like the clear issue is he hasn't gotten all his speed back from the ACL. Because you think about any play that he was involved in, like the DB's right there. Yeah. No separation at all.
Yeah, is this going to move the needle? I don't really think so.
I mean, is he the 3rd or 4th receiver? He's not starting, really.
No, and he's coming back from an injury. He has a tendency to get hurt. But is there a little bit of Steelers like pixie dust or something where it's a team that's already overperformed or outperformed at least what I thought they were going to do, and you have Russell Wilson throwing these really catchable moon balls.
Yeah.
And you also, anytime you had a defensive player of the Steelers, I'm like, well, and you're playing on a line with TJ Watt. Everyone's going to be good on that defensive line, right? And Cam Hayward.
Right. So exactly.
And Hightower.
And you think the same thing in Arthur Smith's offense. Everyone's going to be underperforming. I mean, look at it. He made Bijan look bad last year. So I in Atlanta when he was the coach / offensive coordinator there.
But they're not trying to go for a high-flying offense. They just want to do enough to beat you.
Right. But that's why, honestly, like I think Mike Williams was a settling issue, and I don't expect him to make a difference. Listen, even Darius Slayton, who they tried to trade for, apparently they were all in on the Giants receiver. Like, that's a perfect receiver for Russell Wilson, who likes to throw the ball downfield. Yeah, I don't think this was their idea. I don't think they came away from this happy, to be honest, on the wide receiver front.
Probably not. Yeah, the Giants didn't do anything.
Yeah, baby.
Are you happy about that, Manny?
But who were the possible sales on the Giants?
Zizo Ujulari was really the only guy that probably could have gotten any value from. But why trade anybody? Why try to get a 6th round, 5th round pick for anybody? Why do that? It's basketball season now.
Yeah, but I mean,
Manny's turned the page.
By the way, I love how yesterday, like, oh my gosh, I can't believe they gave up a 5th round pick for that guy. Like, you guys know, like 90% of 5th round picks have no chance of like sticking in the NFL.
Yep.
Yeah, which I guess the only person who gave up some real draft capital outside of some of the wide receivers we saw early, Devontae Adams, Amari Cooper, stuff like that, but it was the Marshawn Lattimore, 3rd round pick, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, right?
To me, that's not great. I feel like, oh my God, that's a great deal. Like, who cares? It wasn't even their 3rd round pick.
Yeah, they had an extra one.
Yeah, that the Eagles gave them, and that I think it's the Dolphins pick in some bizarre trade that got the Dolphins Jalen Wright. Anyway, yeah, the Washington I think did really well. 3rd round pick from Marshawn Lattimore. Again, you know who did really well? The Kansas City Chiefs. Like, they didn't give up much for DeAndre Hopkins.
Well, they made all their moves earlier. We were already seeing, like, those moves already have helped them win a game.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, they proved, Tampa. Like, what was a 3rd for DeAndre Hopkins? Like, man, they should have Tennessee should have gotten more.
855-212-4227. A league MVP shoves a reporter. That is right in the wheelhouse of our former boss, Spike Eskin, who's going to join us next. Getting up early for us in Philadelphia. Don't move. Maggie and Pearl.
Toast to the day, 4th of July's the best you'll hear him say. Oh, Uncle Sam's on YouTube, tune in for some laughs, with a beer in his hand and his feet on the grass. He cheers for the Bogush and Perloff with a toast to the day, 4th of July's the best you'll hear him say. Raise your glass like the sky, it's the 4th once more. Uncle Sam's got stories that you can't ignore. From Maggie to Perloff, he's got quite the plan.
Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining.
Maggie and Perloff on the Infinity Sports Network.
Something's in the air, that's for sure. Welcome to the show, Maggie Gray, Andrew Perloff. We've had a few incidents, Pearl, where whether it's athletes and fans, whether it's coaches and fans, or whether it's players and now reporters, columnists, had some interactions that just got a little too close, got a little too intense, and Joel Embiid was one of them. Joel Embiid had an issue with a reporter from the Philadelphia Inquirer over a column that he wrote invoking Embiid's brother who had passed away tragically in a car accident and someone that he's named his son now after, and the name is Arthur. And Embiid confronted him.
Yep.
It got physical. Embiid may have pushed the guy, shoved the columnist, and now Embiid is being suspended for 3 games by the NBA.
Yeah, I mean, after everything Joel Embiid has done for the city of Philadelphia, which he told us he has done for the city of Philadelphia,
Yes.
I think it's interesting that the NBA, when this story broke, you and I weren't really talking about a suspension. It did, for some reason, it didn't enter our thought process.
Well, when a league says they're doing an investigation, that's pretty much white noise to me. I don't expect a lot from league investigations, but this one turned up with a 3-game suspension for Embiid, the former MVP. So to get more on that and some other things going on in the world, let's welcome in our former boss, Spike Eskin, host of the afternoon show on WIP in Philadelphia, Ike, Spike, and Fritz, and also the host of the Rights to Ricky Sanchez podcast, Say the Name. Hey, Spike, how you doing?
I'm just wondering what stupid thing you guys are eating today. Is there like a giant jar of like mayonnaise? Or like what's the one today?
Well, a few things. A lot of crow.
Maggie's not eating anything. She's holding space for the 24 pancakes she has to eat in 24 hours, Spike.
Oh, I had heard about that. And I'm like, Perloff, I'm ordering you. I'm ordering EJ. You have to make sure it happens. Do not let her out of this.
Hey, you're not our boss anymore, bud. No, I did actually call Spike because I was like, hey, I got myself into this Waffle House situation. What do you think I should do? And he's like, you should do it, and here's the Waffle House you should go to. So thank you for your guidance, as always, Spike. Okay, so you do a podcast about the 76ers. You're one of the most prominent voices in Philadelphia. Joel Embiid gets suspended for shoving a columnist. What did you think of that?
So this is not, I guess the first thing is I thought what Marcus wrote, and I guess for full clarity, Marcus works part-time at WIP. His primary job is the Inquirer, but he works at WIP as well. But I thought what he wrote was like way out of line. You know, I don't think he should have written it. They did pull the paragraph that people objected to, I guess, a couple of days after he wrote it, which was about a week and a half ago. Joel had, when he made that comment, Perloff, that you were talking about what he had done for the city of Philadelphia, that was about Marcus. He mentioned Marcus's name, and that was a day before all of this had happened. So he was obviously upset about it. You know, like, it seems all pretty simple to me. I understand why he was mad. You also can't touch the guy. That's just like, he's at work. You know, he's also, you know, Joel's a 7-foot, 275-pound professional athlete. Marcus is I don't know how old he is, 55, 60-year-old, like, columnist. Like, it's not really a fair fight. And when you when you play it out, I actually think they avoided a huge bullet in that, like, you could very easily say to yourself, Joel pushes him, Marcus pushes him back, Joel swings at him, and our season's over. Like, that's all it takes is one push back. I thought the same thing with the Kelsey situation, honestly. So I think we dodged a bullet. It does make me wonder about Joel's, like, I guess I'm answering a question you didn't ask here. There's been so much with him, his fault and not his fault, over the 10 years he's been here. I wonder if he is at an anxiety level and the fans are at an anxiety level and the press is at an anxiety level that, like, is point of no return for him, which would be sad. And I hope not. I hope he gets on the court. They're good, and everybody just forgets about it. But that's my biggest worry out of all of this.
When you say that it would be the end of the season, because if Marcus pushed Joel, he'd probably hurt his knee on that because he's so brittle. Is that what you're talking about?
Look at you.
I mean,
what a sellout fake Sixers fan you are.
I am sorry. Like, Embiid's annoying me, Spike. I got to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, he just doesn't.
Yeah.
Because you're way inside on this, too inside maybe, because we saw him play in the Olympics and then he's not ready for opening night. That's what the nation sees. What do you answer to his critics who say, like, get out there, dude?
I say I was pro him playing in the Olympics, and I still am pro playing him in the Olympics. I thought the positives outweighed the negatives going into it, and I still think they do. In hindsight, it's very easy to say that wasn't a good idea. Now that he's missing the first 10 games of the season, I understand that. But going into it, I guess I would paint it this way: is he hasn't he's been injured in a lot of starts to seasons because of what have happened to the previous season. He's also come into the season focused on the wrong things, and he's come into the season probably in not the best shape. This year, he came into the season very clearly understanding that he wasn't going to hit the game's threshold for MVP or All-Pro, and that's all out the window. Had a different attitude toward that. He came in 25 pounds lighter, and I think being surrounded by the best players in the world probably had a positive effect on his attitude toward those sorts of things. So it is very easy in hindsight to say that it was the wrong move. I think the Olympics are an important thing. I was happy that he did it. They don't win. We had Jay Wright on the show the other day, who's very involved with USA basketball, and he made a very clear point. If Joel is not in the Serbia game, they lose the Serbia game, and the USA doesn't win the gold medal. And if we want to say the Sixers season is more important, that's fine. But I could understand the athlete having a different view on that. All that said, I understand where you're coming from, and that speaks to the thing that I said right beforehand. I understand all of that frustration, and I think regardless of what decisions he made or didn't make, I think his body may have put us in with that same feeling overall at this point in his career. Like all of these injuries were building to a place that whether he had played in the Olympics or not, his knee is now always going to be an issue moving forward. Like every season, we're going to hear about it. And that didn't happen because of anything he did wrong. That just happened because his body has failed him in a lot of ways. So I understand where you're coming from, though I'm not sure we would have been in a very different situation otherwise.
We're talking to Spike Eskin, WIP in the afternoons, Philadelphia. Spike, is Marcus Hayes the columnist? Is he a hot taker? I don't know exactly where he comes from. I know Kevin Durant's mad at Stephen A. We all know who Stephen A. is. Is this on purpose? Did he write that column to evoke this kind of confrontation? Or is he a well-respected columnist who generally doesn't write things like this?
Both. I think I can't speak to Marcus's motivation of why he wrote what he wrote, but I would say this is not the first time that a Philadelphia athlete has wanted to attack Marcus Hayes. There was a thing last year with A.J. Brown where they had to have a conversation between the two of them because A.J. was so mad at Marcus Hayes. There was a thing with Brian Westbrook 20 years ago with the Philadelphia Eagles with Marcus Hayes. This is not new for Marcus. Again, does not excuse Joel. What Joel did was wrong, but Marcus has a way of, I would say that the thing that I like about Marcus is that oftentimes he will say something that everybody knows and nobody will say. And I think that is one of his greatest assets, is that he is not afraid to say things that are hovering and are bad and that people might react negatively to because they are true. I think that's the good thing about Marcus. I think that occasionally Marcus falls into a trap like this one where he is more biting than he needs to be to say what he wants to say. I think he could have written the entire Joel article, which was incredibly critical, but also very fair, without saying, hey, you're disappointing your 2-year-old son who's named after your brother who died. That just seems like it's over the line to me. But I think Marcus has good ideas and writes good columns, but he does have a tendency to stray into an area that upsets people.
Spike Eskin's joining us for another minute or two. And I didn't even hear about the A.J. Brown thing. So you're wondering, could this have been handled in-house a better way? Where two guys, if you know somebody's upset, could you have gotten them in a room together before it happened in front of the entire press corps in a locker room, and obviously now it's a suspension.
Well, yeah, that's an easy yes, and like I and with all due respect to the Sixers PR department and communications department, you saw how angry Joel was at Marcus on Friday. You saw Joel in the locker room before the players, or you saw Joel in the locker room before the press came in there. He didn't play. It's not like you couldn't have talked to him beforehand,
right?
And you saw Marcus walking in, and there was a report somewhere that they had thought about doing what you exactly said. Like, what got in the way of that? Like, why? If you put them in a separate room, Joel can scream his lungs out, and Marcus can take it without having it happen in front of all of the press and the other players and those sorts of things. And then they walk away, and Joel got it off his chest, and Marcus isn't embarrassed by the entire thing.
Oh, and Spike, the other part too, this is the self-inflicted, and sorry to jump on you, but this is the other self-inflicted things about the 76ers that drive people nuts. You could also just be a little more honest about his knee. Or be a little more honest about his injuries, because it just feels like you don't do him any favors when it's like, well, he's out for the beginning of the season. Why? It's like, well, just trust us.
So,
it's like that's at least how it comes off nationally. But wait a minute, we only have another minute or two with you, Spike. I want to ask you about Jason Kelce, because Kelce is obviously, might have a statue in Philadelphia one day, and I'm not joking about that. I know he's so beloved there. And the incident with the cell phone and the young, it looked like a student from Penn State who said an extremely derogatory thing about Travis Kelce, and Jason takes the phone and just Gronk spikes it right into the pavement, and then he apologized for it. Kelce did, for using that language. I'm curious how that went over in Philadelphia, considering what a hero Jason Kelce is there.
Yeah, everybody supported Kelce. A lot of the fans have done the same thing with Joel, and they're like, the reaction is, well, yeah, it serves him right. I mean, Jason Kelce was also one swing from a student away from disaster. That kid, he grabs the kid's phone, he smashes it, the kid swings at him, he swings back, or God forbid the kid have a weapon of some sort.
Right.
And we're talking about an entire different conversation. I think the thing with Jason is, and he's a WIP employee now too, but the thing with Jason is he's always been very everyman, very just hangs out. You will just see him at the bar. I don't think Jason totally knows how famous he is right now. And that's why he wants to walk through a crowd like that without a security person or something like that. But Jason's one of the most famous ex-athletes in the world, and he has to protect himself and his family from things like that. And I'm glad that what happened was the only thing that happened with Jason, because I think that could have gone a lot worse. Not excusing what the kid said to him, obviously.
Most importantly, Spike, do you miss us?
I miss you very much. I don't miss getting to work at 5:30 or whatever the hell it was, or driving into New York City. But you, the show personally, as people, I miss you very much.
Yeah, we're shocked with the over/under of you firing Jack Fritz off your show. He's already way surpassed it by months. This is crazy.
Well, I've tried to fire him twice, and the listeners voted against it. So I'm going to keep on trying.
Yeah, are you
democracy
empowered?
At work?
Yeah.
How apropos. Spike, we got to go. We got a vat of chili on the burner here that Perloff has to eat with no hands again. So we went back to the well. No.
Oh, is that really happening?
Well,
No.
Can I be honest with you?
Okay.
Spike was always a big proponent of us doing ridiculous things, which we always appreciated having you as a boss for that reason. The tuna fish Jello with the green olives, that changed me in a way that might be pretty permanent.
Yeah. Well, you're eventually going to. That was your version of pushing Marcus Hayes. It was like when the world said, "Oh, have gone too far. I understand."
I flew way too close to the sun with that one, and I had to sit by myself for a while. I felt like I defiled my own body. I needed some time for that one.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Spike, you're the best. Thanks for doing this. Have a great show today.
Right. Yeah,
listen to
thank
Spike,
you.
WIP afternoons, Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Yeah.
And the Rights to Ricky Sanchez podcast.
Yeah. Wow. I'm just looking up. I had forgotten there was an A.J. Brown incident. So that's interesting perspective on this whole Joel Embiid thing. Obviously, Marcus Hayes knows how to push buttons. Again, I agree with Spike. All that being said, as a professional, Joel Embiid, to me, cannot push the guy.
No, you can't push them. But again, I don't know how much I trust the people even who are around Embiid. Again, he's an adult. he should not have done it. But you can't get them in a room together with the columnists and have them hash it out in a way that even if they don't ever speak to each other or like each other, where it doesn't happen so publicly, because then he's not suspended.
I hear you. That feels like Monday morning quarterback, because normally this would, even if they argued, normally it wouldn't result in pushing. I mean, there have been other instances where athletes have pushed media members.
Yeah.
But this is a former MVP. That he's pretty high profile. I understand what you're saying. You're right, but that doesn't excuse anything.
Yeah, I guess just because it did happen with the Eagles. Like, I didn't even know that happened between A.J. Brown and Hayes. But the other part is, I think it was also a message to the rest of the NBA. Like, listen, faith in the media might be at an all-time low right now, or what have you. People are going to write things. People are going to try to tweet things, like we just saw with Trayvon Diggs. Remember, and that never came to blows. But Trayvon Diggs comes flying out of the locker room to tell a reporter that what he tweeted was wrong. So it doesn't even have to be a column for guys to get upset.
It's funny that we've had like 4 incidents this month. Like, Joel Embiid is embattled already. Like, you got to remember, like, he's in a negative space. Trayvon Diggs is a very negative space because the Cowboys keep losing too. And the one, but we don't talk about as much, was the Nets went after this, verbally went after this kid for calling Ben Simmons trash. I mean, Ben Simmons is losing begets this kind of conflict. Like, you don't see the Lions, who have one loss, or the undefeated Chiefs getting in fights with reporters. So there's always like more context to it. Like, if Embiid isn't, I thought Spike put it well. There's a lot of anxiety here. Like, this is not going well. He may never deliver on the promise of such a great player. And you can see, I think that's why he's frustrated, not just because of what the guy wrote.
Well, definitely. And I think Embiid was actually being truthful when he said, I've done so much for the city. And we are in especially the NBA, it's such a ring chasing. If you haven't won, unless you're Charles Barkley, like one of the 50 greatest players of all time, and even Barkley gets clowned about it all the time. It's like inexcusable to not win. And so when he's talking about, well, I've come back from injuries early, I may have been, my eyesight was compromised because I came back early. He thinks he has sacrificed. He's playing on a hurt knee. Like, I get where he's coming from, but the fans do not want to hear it. And Philly, I think, is one of those cities where it's just extremely black and white. It's the NBA. Yeah. Have you won? Have you not won? Ask Jason Tatum about that, and Jaylen Brown. They've been going through that for years till they finally won. And I think Philly is unforgiving.
A lot of pressure. But I do think Trayvon Diggs was also incredible. I think there's so much pressure to win in Dallas. I don't think that was a one-off. I think that is getting to the Cowboys player. Like, losing in these high-pressure situations makes athletes, well, it's good in a way. Like, they want to win. I'm sure all those players want to be great. I'm sure they want to win desperately.
Can I make one quick comment on Embiid? Because I feel like this is a thing where I feel like messaging is very important. Because I feel like after that, and me and Manny following closely as Knicks fans, following that series, I feel like Sixer fans were excited that, like, not excited. I think they felt satisfied that Embiid gave it his all. It was very clear he was hurt. It was very clear he wasn't 100%. And he tried his best. It didn't work out, but, like, it was what it was. It feels like the attitude that he's kind of presented, this, like, well, I've done so much. How much more do you want? How much more do you want from me? That has really changed kind of everything in a short amount of time. I wonder if these players who don't understand that, like, at the end of the day, like, these fans are people who don't make $300 million. Right. They're kind of, usually kind of they're the average folk, right? So when you have a player who's making all this money, who they supported through injuries, now saying, hey, like, get off my back, I think that just changes the whole landscape. I think people look at him differently.
Well, yeah, I think people would say, listen, I'll say whatever you want about me. If I was making your money, I wouldn't care, right? I think that's part of it. I also think that there was another thing about Embiid. He played on that knee. Maxey emerged.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree that people were happy that Embiid got it his way through that Knicks series. There was so much frustration that we can't get this guy healthy in the playoffs. Well, I felt like that frustration overwhelmed the positive vibes.
I get that. I think there was frustration that he wasn't healthy. I just thought that they felt like, you know what, he went out there and gave it his all. Like, there was no attitude of, like, he left it, he didn't leave it on the floor.
Wait, sorry, about the Kelce thing, though, about Jason Kelce. So, obviously, he apologized for using the bad language out. The fan used it towards him. That's what got him so incensed. And then he said, who's the bleep now? Who's the bleep now? He said, I met hate with hate, right? Shouldn't have used the language back to him. But Spike was just talking to us. Spike Eskin was just on with us from WIP. And he said maybe Jason Kelce doesn't realize how famous he was. And that's not going to be just all-out love all the time everywhere you go. You're famous. You're going to get love and hate and trolls and whatever. Do you think Kelsey now, is he actually going to change the behavior? We've broached this, but...
Well, I don't think ESPN is going to send him in on the crowd as well. Yeah, I do think he's going to be.
He could go to one of Travis's playoff games and be shirtless like he was at the Bills. He wasn't there for ESPN.
I mean,
that
honestly,
day.
I think NFL is a little safer than college. I've seen crazy things around college stadiums. I mean, some like I'll tell you, really look at the signs around an SEC game. They are like really dirty.
I think that's also because I think famous people at NFL games sit in luxury suites.
No, I think the NFL crowd is way bougier than the college crowd. The college crowd is hammered. I mean, NFL crowds are too, but...
You've been to a Browns game?
Yeah, I know, but like you have to pay a lot for those tickets. Like there's a lot at college too, but no, I think college is a little more unhinged. I mean, I've been up to Penn State games. There's just a lot of people. There's a lot of alcohol. I just think there's something more dangerous around colleges. I mean, look, whatever. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I can't really see that happening at a Giants-Eagles game even.
Do you want to put that as a poll question? Where do you think, like, I don't know, where do you think, who's got a crazier crowd?
I mean, Baton Rouge on a Saturday night? Come on.
That's going to be a landslide. We got to figure out a better way to put that. 855-212-4227. College versus the NFL is kind of what we're going for there. Okay, coming up, shocker. People aren't happy with Jerry Jones. But does he deserve it this time? We'll dive into that next.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. "45 seconds remaining. "30 seconds remaining. "15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Maggie and Perloff Show. Talking about fan interactions. Joel Embiid suspended 3 games by the NBA for shoving a columnist. Jason Kelsey not suspended. The report is coming from ESPN, but in my opinion, clearly forced to apologize on Monday Night Football. Yeah. No doubt about that.
Perloff was like, who wrote that apology? I think he did the right thing. Did you notice that? I don't think he apologized for smashing the guy's phone.
He apologized for his language.
Yeah.
You're right. I think he would probably do that again. Here's a question, and you brought it up when we had Spike Eskin on, our former boss, the last segment. Do you think that Jason Kelsey will be out in the crowd doing this some more? You know, now that you mention it, he didn't apologize for smashing the phone, so maybe he will. But I do not want to see him hit somebody because he is, based on the fact that the tush push doesn't work anymore since he left, he must be the strongest dude in the history of the world.
Yeah, he might be. I also think that maybe he had a close call, and maybe that's just the wake-up call you need. Like, hey, the next time this happens and someone says something to me, I'm just going to have to keep walking. Maybe he feels like I can control myself enough. And maybe that guy caught him at a bad moment.
But if he's drinking beer, which is he does openly and very enjoyably to watch him drink beer, then maybe he won't have that sort of ability to hold back.
I feel like we talked about this when he went to the Bills game and he was shirtless at the Bills game and climbing out of the window. And I was like, and everyone loved it. And I did not like it because I thought he was.
You didn't like it because he was rooting for the Chiefs.
Well, but he was in the parking lot tailgating with all the Bills fans. Mm-hmm. And you know what that does? Like, you know, that can kind of tick you off a little bit if you're a Bills. But, you know, to be honest, I think the Bills fans were super hospitable. So all's well that ends well. But I think he's going to keep doing it, guys. I think maybe he feels like he learned his lesson. Like, all right, I can't get, carried away. And the next time this happens, I'm going to be way more prepared to deal with it. Because it's his brand. If he's just going to be another suit sitting up there on an ESPN set, then he's one of a million.
No, I know. You're right. That doesn't do anything for me, having Jason Kelsey on the set.
He's so uncomfortable in the suit. By the way, guys, hands on the desk. Everyone hands on the desk.
I got to tell you, Kelsey, though, is losing some weight.
We can see him, dude.
Kelsey is going to be like a male model by the time this is done. He gets more, this is so weird. He gets a little more handsome every week. Like, he's losing weight, and he's kind of, I don't know, he's getting a little touch-up from his wife, Maggie. I fear that he's not going to be a man of the people by the time this is all over.
A GQ model.
He was one of the people's sexiest man alive. 5 finalists.
But isn't that the appeal? Like, because he might maybe be in a magazine, but he looks like a regular guy.
I know, but if you watch him closely, he's kind of dressing up a little bit. I think he's risking his everyman status.
But he still looks like Nick Offerman, where he can like build me something and fix this, and he has all. He's like aging steak in his.
We saw Joe Thomas used to be a 310-pound lineman. He looks like he weighs less than me now.
Let's not go crazy.
Nico last week didn't know what GQ was.
Oh no.
So, Manny, you do know GQ.
Yeah, of course. The magazine.
Yeah.
Oh,
I just wasn't sure. We know magazines are kind of going out of style. So
that is wild. And he was not kidding either.
No,
and I kind of get it.
Someone paid him a compliment. They said, you got GQ looks today. And he's like, thanks. I was like, oh, you don't know.
Oh, that's tough.
That's all right. Where was I going with that? Bogish headlines. Hi.
Hi, they're sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Protect your family, your phone, your furry friends with life, electronic device, and pet health insurance.
Don't look at me, please.
When there's no NFL or NBA game the night before, you can take hockey requests.
McKinnon leads it for Ivan below the goal. Out in front, Kovalenko. Backhander. Save made, Grubauer. Rebound, score! Con Sonar. Crazy Ivan. His third goal of the season. Third goal of his career.
Avalanche Radio does not disappoint. If you're new to this, there is a hockey player on Colorado. His name is Ivan. His latest goal, part of a 6-3 Colorado win over Seattle. Nathan McKinnon had 5 assists, but maybe most importantly for the Avs, stud defenseman Cale Makar left early last night with an undisclosed injury.
I meant to go back to watch Hunt for Red October, and I haven't done it yet.
Yeah, me too. I'm very interested in what this crazy Ivan move is. By the way, Liam McHugh had a call on this. Was this game also national or something? I have other sound where he started singing Louie Louie after Ivan scored. And I thought, so this. I think Ivan's becoming a national sensation. I think we started it. We were the first person to talk about this guy.
All right, well, that's for you. I'm a gentleman, so I wouldn't show up without something for my Margaret, who loves herself a hockey fight.
Greenway just flattens Tim Stützle.
Wait, that's a real name?
Tkachuk says, we're not having that. Gloves are dropped.
Here's his two very, very big guys. Greenway is monstrous, 6'6", 230, and Brady Tkachuk goes right at him. Tkachuk comes over the top with 2 rights, and that stings Greenway.
Oh, did it ever, Dean.
There's throwing him again here over the top. Nobody landing one. Greenway's trying to get cocked and ready to throw one. He wants, and now they're going to break up.
The guys on Senators Radio scored that one in favor of Ottawa captain Brady Tkachuk over Buffalo winger Jordan Greenway, but his Sabres got the win last night, 5-1. So yay, Buffalo.
Those guys weren't even excited.
No.
And it was a good fight. And
you
it was
would
a
have
long
never
fight.
known. Yeah, I like the smash cut you had in there, the flash forward. That's how long it was.
That
the
was
edit.
Sabres Radio?
That was Senators Radio.
Oh, I apologize.
I was going to say I need a little bit more. I've got an idea. We've been talking about fan and player interaction and maybe fans being a little angsty at times and all these things that are going on.
Can I just say right now, this sounds like a bad idea. It's about to come out.
I didn't even say it yet.
No, I know. But go ahead.
How about this? Let's take a page from hockey. And I'm being serious here. Bogus, you're also very scared.
This is a promoting violence take from you?
Just hold on. It's not about promoting it. It's about channeling it in a way that maybe can be conducive to everybody.
Because I played club floor hockey at Fordham, and there was no fighting. We were gentlemen.
How about this? Trial basis. In a really hostile crowd, say it's Georgia, Texas, or it's Florida, Georgia,
right,
or whatever.
Yeah.
You pick 2 people out of the crowd on opposite sides, and they represent everybody on both sides in the arena. And after the game is over, in a sanctioned way with a referee and all of that, those 2 people get to fight.
I got to save this.
Kombat,
yeah.
The hockey edition?
I'm serious. It's like you channel everything. You're mad. Yankee fans, Dodger fans, Giants fans, whatever. Let's make it. Don't do all your separate fights in the parking lot.
Painting me like an angry person.
Everybody. I'm looking at you, Manny. No, you're fine. You knew they were going to lose. But I'm just saying it's like Gladiator a little bit.
Yeah.
It's like you pick somebody out of the crowd, you kind of size them up, get the weight classes right, and then they fight with a referee. Until one guy gets taken down.
Sorry, I'm missing the connection. What does this have to do with fans fighting players?
Well, I'm just saying maybe this gets the angst out for everybody.
Got
it's like
it.
you channel it into an everyman.
This is perfect for the hot take pinata.
Do we get to see him more than on Halloween?
We might have to.
Manny's got the bat.
We got the bat today.
Yeah, thanks for having
So
the
you're
bat
going
today.
like Game of Thrones, like where you can pick one champion to fight instead of like I told you the story of the soccer game where they had to put 50 armed guards in front of each because the fan bases were just all out brawled after the game.
They're bloodthirsty. So let's just give us a little of what
sacrifice
we want.
people.
But I think,
you volunteer.
But in all seriousness, though, I'm not sure that hits the issue of guys following athletes around with a cell phone trying to troll them.
Maybe it does, though. Maybe if you're just like, well, so a fan from Penn State gets to fight a fan from Ohio State after the game.
And what happens when your Penn State fan wins? All Penn State fans can be jerks? I don't like.
No, it's like, all right, you got a little moral victory after actually losing to Ohio State.
Yeah, but the actual football game doesn't calm them down. So why would this fight calm them down?
I don't know. He's like walking away with a parting gift. You know?
Leaving here with something.
Exactly.
Again, though, this is you asking for violence. You want kids run over on cord stormings.
I do. It's every man for himself out there. Kyle Philbin, throw bows, whatever. No, I'm just kidding. But I think...
Do you need to punch somebody?
Maybe. I think you got to... The treadmill's not working anymore. Anyway, it's just something I was noodling on.
So, okay, I just want to be clear about what we're saying here. We're saying...
I need to see something bloody.
Yeah. So we're saying... that we should have fans from opposing teams beat each other to a bloody pulp after the game.
No, just with a referee there. So once you get the takedown down to the ground, then it's over. So no, you're not getting beaten to a bloody pulp because there's an actual referee.
Because it kind of reminds me of that recently when a Ravens fan went out after the game, went running around trying to punch out Commanders fans or something like that.
No, but that wasn't two people who volunteered.
You're saying having
that was a guy headhunting.
So you're saying though, but it sounds like that's closer to the spirit of this sort of violence. You're saying because there are referees there, we're going to sanction the violence. So
and
that's
also, it'd be two people volunteering. That guy, the Ravens, was horrible. He was walking around to unsuspecting people and hit him in the head. There's nothing sportsmanlike about
controlled
that.
violence. Okay,
exactly.
Okay. But how does that help with the guy following Jason Kelce with the phone?
It doesn't, which is why I'm confused as to why you're spending so much time logically thinking about this.
I think if you know afterwards, everyone's a little too... It might not ever solve the Kelce thing, but it might solve fan fights. We see some terrible ones. We see some ones with really bad outcomes.
Violence to solve violence.
Exactly.
Preemptive violence.
Think about it.
I'm Maggie Gray. Approve this ad.
Should I do this as my sports minute? Yeah. Can this go out all over the country?
How many Odyssey coins would you want for something like that? I got 30 burning a hole in my pocket if you want them.
You know what Odyssey would do to me if I did this as a sports minute? It'd be like Fresh Prince of Bel-Air when Uncle Phil throws DJ Jazzy Jeff out of the
house. Would Sweet Billy Jockalone even raise an objection to Maggie's pro-violence sports minute?
He's supposed to be fact-checking these things. I don't know how that would work.
The Jockalone content filter.
I'm just thinking
I'm
right
just
through.
spitballing here, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to be solution-based.
Those are the solutions we need right now.
As I suspected, very bad idea. But you know what's cracking me up? Like Jason Kelce runs a flip phone. I wish I could bring you guys in a time machine to, I don't know, 9 years ago when groups of Philly fans are throwing batteries at players. Like there's way more violent things that have happened in the history of sports and fans. Like you guys weren't there for the Malice of the Pals. Like as Chuck Klosterman once said, it was like at that point it felt like every NBA game was going to be an all-out brawl between the fans and the players. Like,
wait, were you there?
I
was watching it at a couch in college. Just like, what are we watching right now?
No, I wasn't there, but I just remember like it used to be like I just think we're with cell phones, we see everything and we blow everything out of proportion. That is I think there's always been this violence. And you know what? This fan fighting, like you're right, we've seen some
terrible
bad fights.
Ones.
And that's why I now endorse this Maggie Gray solution.
I turn around.
What a change. That never happens from Perloff.
I'll take your bandwagoning this time.
But I just can't imagine like who's going to come up to Philly and fight the Philly fan. That'd be... it's
a Cowboy fan who's already in the stands.
Yeah, but then even if the Cowboy fan wins, then everybody's going to jump on him and just like it's not going to be. They're not going to be able to contain it. They're not going to be able to contain it. It's going to be too hostile. Watch it. Would it be funny if this actually happened?
I'm telling you, if Spike now does the afternoon shows at Philly and WIP, if he was still the program director there, they might give this one a shot.
Oh my God! I drove to Philly a few years ago in a rental car with a New Jersey plate. A New York plate, and pulled up to the link and they said, you can't do that. I'm like, what do you mean? They're like, you can't park with a New York plate here. Everyone's going to destroy your car during the game. Like, it is a violent, horrible place. And your little official fight is not going to solve any of this.
They're going to fight to be able to be in your fight.
Like early rounds, prelims.
Yeah, an undercard.
Heats. Heats. Now we need a committee. Guys, this is $1 million idea we're sitting on.
Or we hire 2 random policemen to just wail on random fans in the stands once a game, just to send a message. Florida Georgia style.
Already.
Florida Georgia style.
By the way, what do we have any update on that investigation? Wow. Why?
Why? And it's almost like people don't even care about that one.
I believe they said yesterday that they were within their rights the way they acted.
Yeah,
No,
they're not in trouble.
tased the guy too.
Right.
One of them got tased, and like everyone in the crowd's like, yeah. I mean, they must have really been acting out.
There was 2 different incidents.
Yeah.
Now, if they'd had
2 cops, 2 different guys.
if they'd had Maggie's system, none of that would have happened.
Exactly. They would have waited for the sanctioned fight afterwards.
Serious.
If they got through their heat.
Guys, only one can be left standing. Girl, you got it. I didn't think about women.
2 men enter. 2 men enter.
Now, the women fighting, it can't happen because everyone just be like, take off your top. This is not what it's about.
So you're gonna
About love of the
What's
game.
it about?
It's about
But here's the thing, like,
fighting.
are people going to care less about the actual game? Just wait till the Thunderdome event afterwards?
Listen, if it's a
And just
blowout,
one-
baby.
We might as well just, like, if we're going to go for it, we might as well just have only you kill the second person.
Let's go back to no shirts. That feels more
But
calming and soothing.
She
than
did say in all
fights.
seriousness, like Gladiator. Yeah. Gladiator is like symbolic of the Roman Empire decline, and now you're promoting Gladiator.
You got to talk to somebody.
I just meant in the lottery system, maybe in the way that we pick the 2 combatants.
No, you
I'm not
very,
saying-
very specifically explained the gladiator system. You're
Well,
like,
he
we're going
doesn't
to
have
pick
to fight
2
a
fans and have
lion.
them fight to. Well, yeah, but gladiators also fought each other.
Yeah.
And you're kind of implying, like, you
I
know
don't
what?
think they had
Let's
weight
sacrifice
classes
these
back
2
then.
people.
That's why Mills Lane's going to be there.
What
Sorry,
kind of cycle
the
do we
late
have?
Mills Lane.
I just have this
HR
image
for
of Maggie
Maggie
in the crowd with a thumbs up or thumbs down. He dies. Joaquin Phoenix in Gladiator style.
I would never make that kind of declaration. I'd let him fight for it.
You actually said, gladiator style.
First place is the winner. Second place, death. No, I'm not doing that. I'm trying to.
You're considering it.
Again, spitballing.
I can be swayed.
spitballing here. There's no bad ideas.
I've heard one.
Except for the one I just gave you for the last 7 minutes. Well, we're flat out of time for updates.
That's okay. Nothing happened.
Coming up at the top of the hour, it's Wednesday, so we're going to do great debate today, ripped from the headlines. Coming up, would you be shocked if this person got fired? And I hope we're not talking about me right now after what I was just saying. We can keep that one between us. Maggie and Perloff.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. $45 seconds remaining. $30 seconds remaining. $15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
I don't know how, but this is somehow a send-up for Ivan.
Yeah, Liam McHugh, our buddy at Peacock, for some reason, I believe, had this game too and started singing Louie Louie after Ivan. Close enough.
Sure.
It's not the worst I've ever heard. I mean, Ivan scores. It's exciting. People do strange things.
People start talking about songs that don't have anything to do with him.
I just think this is crazy that there's a guy named Ivan. And he's good, and they have a great tagline for him from the movie Hunt for Red October. This is the best thing going on in sports.
We do love it. Welcome to the show, Maggie Gray, Andrew Perloff. All right, let's play a little game here called Would You Be Shocked? EJ is going to name a NFL head coach, and we'll tell you whether or not we'd be shocked if they were fired. Now, we've already seen 2 head coaches get it. Robert Saleh was fired and Dennis Allen was fired. We also saw the entire offensive coaching staff, basically, from the Las Vegas Raiders were also fired. So it's firing season, I guess. EJ, give us a name.
Okay, let's begin with Matt Eberflus, Chicago Bears head coach. Would you be shocked if he was fired?
I'd be beyond shocked. Because they got to make the playoffs. They're 4-4. They're in it. They play New England this week. They win this game. Like, if you fire Eberflus, first of all, who's your coach? And second of all, they're just not that bad. Like, why would you fire a 500 coach on a team that hasn't been in the playoffs in a while?
I would not be shocked by this. Eberflus already, I think, was on borrowed time coming into the season. And they're getting, well, Caleb seems to not be getting better. He seems to be regressing. And also, that Hail Mary hangover, I think, is a real thing. You had DJ Moore walking off the field in the middle of a play, and even he and Eberflus have gotten into it a little bit, and they just gave DJ Moore a big contract, so you have to think he's got a little bit of power. I think Eberflus is as good as gone. It's just a matter of when.
Wait, so if they're at 5-4, they win this week, then you would imagine he's going to play out the season, right? Like who's coaching? Shane Waldron? He's terrible.
Who's their special teams coach?
Maybe they lose this game, something happens, but if they win this game, like they really like, there's no talk about firing coaches. Like, how do we get to the playoffs? That's the only conversation. You fire your coach when you're 2-6 or 1-7. You don't fire your coach when you're 4-4.
Robert Saleh wasn't 2-6.
Yeah, but the Jets are a disaster of a train wreck, and even so, they were still they have Aaron Rodgers at quarterback and had a losing record. That is not this team. This is the Bears, who had the number 9 pick last year and the number 1 pick. Like, they're young. They set the table when they brought Eberflus back. Like, why change direction now? Like, this mistake was made in the offseason. I don't think they corrected midseason.
I wouldn't be shocked. Who's next, EJ?
All right, let's go to the big D. Let's go to Mike McCarthy. Would you be shocked he gets fired?
In season, totally shocked, because Jerry doesn't like to pay people not to work. And they kept Jason Garrett after they'd basically hired McCarthy, just, I think, to get to the final day of his contract. I mean, they really...
They kept Jason Garrett for an entire decade after he was done. Yeah.
That too. But I like right up to the bitter end. And I do not think that McCarthy is going to get fired in season. And I think Jerry kind of likes it that after the game, there's somebody else to shoulder the blame with.
Get your damn act together.
I think we should really be talking about is Mike McCarthy back next season, which sounds insane, but welcome to the Cowboys. I mean, honestly, I heard someone say this the other day when they gave up 48 points or whatever, the Packers. I think everyone assumed McCarthy was gone.
Definitely.
And then he just brought him back. So I'd be shocked if he did it midseason.
All right, here's one that's a little interesting. What about Kevin Stefanski, head coach of the Browns? Were you shocked that he gets fired?
That'd be, to me, the dumbest and craziest firing in 30 years of NFL history. Like, why would you fire Kevin Stefanski? For what?
Okay.
Like, what is there to gain by firing that dude?
Those are all relevant and normal questions you would ask. But you just said the same thing about the Jets. They fired Robert Saleh, maybe prematurely, because they're a bad franchise. The Browns are the Jets on steroids in cases like this. They cycle through head coaches just as often as the Jets
when they're
do.
1-17. I mean, like, yes, they first of all, not really. They let Hugh Jackson put together the worst 2-year run in the NFL history because they kept him around after a 1-win season.
Yeah, and then they elevated Freddie Kitchens later. They don't know what they're doing. They wouldn't know a good coach if it bit him in the butt.
This is a franchise that has 2 Coach of the Year awards in the last 6 years.
First of all, Coach of the Year in the NBA doesn't mean jack. Those guys get fired all the time after they win Coach of the Year, which is silly. But I think Stefanski I would not be shocked, not because of Stefanski, because I think the Browns are the biggest wild card organization where it's like the Jets. They make bad decisions.
Well, I don't know. They have a really highly esteemed front office with Andrew Berry. I don't know if Sashi Brown's still there. Like they have a lot of big professional people there. I'd be
And
very
how's it
surprised.
going?
Well, last year they made the playoffs. This year they had injuries. I mean, a lot of injuries. And not just Myles Garrett is on 2 bad feet. Nick Chubb got hurt again. Deshaun Watson got hurt.
How's Deshaun going?
Injured.
They had to get rid of Joe Flacco because Deshaun Watson couldn't have him over his shoulder. Things aren't going well.
I mean, honestly, true. But has that guy been anywhere near healthy?
No, he hasn't. But it's, again, I think bad organizations do stupid things.
Well, yeah, you guys, you said yesterday that you think Stefanski wears the Deshaun Watson disaster.
I could see it.
I mean, Deshaun Watson's played 8 games or something. Why would that be on Stefanski? I'm not sure I see it that way.
Or maybe it's on the front office.
Well, whatever. It doesn't matter because you're bringing in a new quarterback. Who do you want to coach that guy? I think they're going to want Stefanski because he's a very good offensive coach.
I think they might look back and say, man, we basically won our one playoff game with Kevin Stefanski while he was at home in the basement.
No, I don't think they view him that way at all. Not even for a second.
Well, they shouldn't, but I'm just saying.
I've never heard them say anything negative. Saleh was embattled by the time he got fired. In fact, I think people were surprised it took that long.
Well, he could have been fired before the year. All right, so there you go. Would you be shocked? The Eberflus one, I think, is very interesting because if it's a vibe situation, which is kind of hard to put your finger on, if they can't turn the page off of that Hail Mary, and then they go to Arizona where the crowd apparently was extremely pro-Bear, and they no-showed.
Well, they're not a very good team.
Is Arizona?
Arizona can run the ball. There's no doubt about it. I mean, James Conner is just a beast right now. So, yeah, they're okay.
Coming up next, it's Wednesday, which means we do the great debate ripped from the headlines. Get to that next.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining.
As the shot clock is turned off.
15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Maggie and Perloff on the Infinity Sports Network.
College football playoff rankings came out yesterday, the first ones. And as you'd expect, some fan bases are upset. BYU upset. Indiana maybe upset. And a few others, Perloff. But we're asking you this morning, now that you've seen a little of what this bracket's going to look like, is this really the best way to get a champion, or just picking the 4 teams like we've had over the last few years? Is that truly the best way?
Give me one way that picking 4 is better than 12.
Because you're going to have the similar types of biases and other things that are going to come into 12, just like you would add with 4. But at least 4, there's not some BS seeding thing where you have to have the top 4 from each Power 4 conference. I think it really was trying to find the best 4 teams. This is getting lost in the shuffle of who gets seated where and who's going to get a bye and who's going to have a home game on their campus, and so many other things that kind of muck this up. The games will be fine, sure, but are we going to actually get closer to a true champion? That's what I ask you.
But we can't get farther from a true champion because now you have 12 teams to compete for the one spot, so you're going to have you're going to get to see more football and get a better indicator.
Yeah, but again, there's going to be those 2-loss SEC teams. Are they going to get favored over a 1-loss ACC team that may be actually a better team? How are they going to decide this? Strength of schedule?
But how does it make it? Well, why would that be worse than 4 teams? So, yeah, maybe you'll have flaws, but still, it's way better than 4. Look at last year. The 4 team drove everyone nuts because there were 5 worthy teams.
Okay, but that's, first of all, what happened last year with Florida State, I don't think they've actually corrected for that this year. Because what happened to Florida State is they lost their quarterback, and everyone believed, okay, that you lost your quarterback, you're not going to be competitive. And they got docked for that. Why wouldn't the same thing exist here just with 12 teams?
Well,
say Curtis Rourke from Indiana, who already got hurt once. Say that they lose by 7 to Ohio State, but he blows out his knee. I'm going to knock on wood here. I'm just using that for instance. Say he blows out his knee, but they're still a 1-loss team. They would not go to the Big Ten title game because that'd be Oregon and Ohio State. Aren't they going to do the same thing to Indiana that they would have done to Florida State?
Right, but I mean, by definition, like it's going to be, you're going to have way more room to mess around in 12 teams. Like, maybe Indiana on the fringe of 11, 12, but you cannot possibly have that kind of the level of sports crime that you had last year with Florida State. Like, this is not going to happen. Like, listen, if Indiana loses Ohio State and they get left out of the playoff, that is not like Florida State going undefeated. Those are not same. Indiana has the 103rd easy strength of schedule. Like, they have one of the easiest schedules ever. So, no, I do not expect a massive uprising of Indiana Hoosiers football fans like there was with Florida State last year.
You can go vote at Maggie and Pearl on X. Now that you've seen the new 12-team college football playoff reveal, do you like this format or prefer the 4-team model? I'm getting smoked here. 88% say you like the 12-team. 12% say you want to go back to the 4. Manny is a write-in candidate. Let's go back to the BCS.
Or option C.
Is currently not polling at this moment, but
we demand a recount.
It's a Wednesday. It's time for the great debate.
The Great Debate Series.
Okay, well, you guys know we don't get political on the show. Why would we? You guys don't care what we think about that. But we realized that obviously there was a presidential election last night and Donald Trump won. So to bring that to sports, we're asking you, who is the greatest executive in the history of professional and or college sports? I don't know how college would really apply. The greatest AD
who could make a buck was that Delaney guy at the Big Ten.
No, in all
seriousness, like he can make money out of nothing. by exploiting his labor force for 20 years. He was good at that.
The executive branch, that's what we were voting on yesterday in this country, in this great nation of ours. So we are asking you who is the greatest sports executive
Jim
of all
Delaney,
time.
right? By the way.
Jim? Did I say Tom?
Yeah.
Sorry.
There is a Tom Delaney. But anyway, greatest sports executive. So let me ask you a question. Like, we're not doing like Pete Rozelle. Like, this is who's built a champion. That's how I was thinking of it. I guess you could do whatever you want.
I'm thinking more team specific as opposed to like a commissioner.
Right.
Or what have you. Although that would fall in line here.
Okay.
But I think we all went team specific people.
Okay. Can I go first? I went weird. I got a little funky. I'm going to be honest. Because you think of like the great who built multiple time champions. My executive never won a championship. I actually never really even came that close. But he changed sports forever. And that would be Billy Beane, played by Brad Pitt. No, Billy Beane, I'm going to put him on there because name an executive who's changed the entire landscape. We watch a football game on Sundays, and they put up a stupid graphic with analytics says you should go for it on 4th and 1, 67%. Who, more than anyone, brought analytics to sports, brought a different way of thinking about sports? Billy Beane, who actually kind of stole it from
Bill James.
From Bill James, but Billy Beane actually actualized it, and then the Red Sox took it and won the World Series with it. The reason I said on Billy Beane, there's an award for Executive of the Year in baseball. Only 4 guys have won it 3 times. Branch Rickey, who would be a great argument because he brought in Jackie Robinson. The guy who built the great Yankees team, George Weiss, won it 4 times, and then Billy Beane. So he's right up there amongst the great executives of all time in baseball, and he is like the game changer. So I didn't want to go back 100 years. To me, like, he is the executive of our time.
We're asking, great debate today, who's the greatest sports executive of all time? I went with somebody who stops a room when you walk in. A lot of people probably couldn't pick Billy Beane out of a lineup. They know Brad Pitt, maybe played him in a movie, but they don't know what he looks like. My executive is somebody who not only can win in multiple different ways or have a winning team in multiple different ways, but somebody whose personal stature added to their myth and lore, and that's Pat Riley. Still going strong in Miami. Now, Pat Riley as a coach was a phenomenal leader, obviously, the Showtime Lakers, Knicks, and then the Heat, where he won a championship as a coach with the Miami Heat in 2006. But I think what's the beauty of Pat Riley is his power is full and unconditional. He was able to lure LeBron James and Chris Bosh to play with Dwayne Wade. And you might say, Maggie, that's cheating. How many suitors did LeBron have? And what actually swayed him was Pat Riley putting the rings on the table. It was Pat Riley's personal stamp that got those guys to Miami. 4 straight finals, 2 titles. And then also, he took a team that had no business being in the finals to the bubble finals. That was in 2020, where they end up losing to the Lakers. And then an 8th seed of Jimmy Butler going toe-to-toe with the Denver Nuggets when nobody was expecting anything. So now the Heat are like this boogeyman where you're never sure when they can just turn it on because Pat Riley was able to build these teams without bottoming out. We've got a highlight for you. Here's a little of Pat Riley's magic.
As the shot clock is turned off, the Miami Heat are once again NBA champions. LeBron James captures that elusive title he so desperately coveted.
Yeah, LeBron, does he even have the Cleveland win without the Miami laying the bedrock? I don't know.
You're saying Pat Riley gets credit for the Cleveland win?
No, he gets credit for the LeBron win.
I thought you said the bubble title didn't count. You're on the record for that.
Pat Riley is the greatest executive in the history of sports. EJ, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to go with a guy whose dominance as a sports executive goes through decades, right? So you're talking about 2 dynasties with 1 franchise. You're talking about the 80s Los Angeles Lakers and the 2000s Los Angeles Lakers. The late Jerry West, who recently passed away, is my pick for greatest sports executive. You want to talk about a guy who hired Pat Riley, or at least, was around when Pat Riley was building that Lakers dynasty. You want to talk about bringing in Phil Jackson. You want to talk about bringing in Shaquille O'Neal. You want to talk about drafting Kobe Bryant. Jerry West, in terms of basketball, I think is kind of unquestioned the best basketball executive. And the Lakers three-peat in the early 2000s, I think, really cemented that.
Los Angeles Lakers
have made it 3 straight NBA championships. They wrap it up in the 4-game sweep by beating the Nets 113 to 107.
And I think the reason why I also like picking Jerry West is because you talk about managing egos, right? Like, I know Pat Riley to some degree did it in Miami, but quite frankly, he kind of gave up, right? When LeBron left, he started trying to make them kind of back into his image. Jerry West was about grabbing stars and finding a way to get them to coexist, which I think is important for any top executive. So Jerry West, for me, somehow a great player, may end up even being a greater executive, so he's my pick.
You didn't even mention the Warriors.
The Warriors and Memphis.
Warriors.
You don't think? Oh, I give him some credit for the Steph phenomenon.
Sure, I'll take it. I mean, I give Bob Myers more of that. But yes, he was a Warriors consultant as well. And he rebuilt Memphis Grizzlies.
Bob Myers didn't even draft Steph Curry.
No, but I think he was the general manager for most of that, and he was making those moves.
Okay, it's a good pick. Jerry West is a legend. We're asking who is the greatest sports executive of all time. Manny, go ahead.
I went with the guy who back in 1973 bought his team for $10 million, and now it's worth more than $1 billion, $2 billion. I don't know. I didn't do great research on this, but let me tell you something. The work that George Steinbrenner did as owner of the New York Yankees certainly has my pick is for him being, one of the best executives. A 7-time World Series champion in his lifetime as well, passed away in 2010. I mean, you take a look at the things that he was able to do as executive of the Yankees. Shout out to the boss. I got George Steinbrenner.
Amazing.
He could also be the worst executive of all time.
I might vote for
I think
him for
you
worst.
vote for both and be right.
Hey, you know what? You can be a polarizing figure and be president nowadays. So.
Yeah. I just think that the one thing that hurts Steinbrenner, we'll get into all of these, is when he was suspended from baseball, those were the decisions made at that time that really set the foundation for the dynasty. But listen, he did things his way. Manny, I like it.
If George was still alive.
Bogish, take us home.
So my guy did something that we thought was impossible, and in fact, he did it twice. Here's the first time.
Back to full. Red Sox fans have longed to hear it. The Boston Red Sox are world champions.
Theo Epstein made the Red Sox win the World Series again, finally. Leave from a treadmill, finally, and then did the same thing again with the Chicago Cubs. How many people tried and failed to end those two curses, and the same dude ended up ending both? You can have your Executive of the Year awards, whatever. Top that.
It's a good one. Theo Epstein.
I'm looking right at you.
You're looking right at me. I was like,
I'm in a fighting mood from Maggie before.
Top it, Billy B.
Yeah. You can't hear on the radio, but Bogus just did a full dramatic turn to camera to my face. I'm like, I don't know. I didn't do anything.
You were yelling at you, criticizing my pick last segment off the air. Then you went with Brad Pitt.
Well, I mean, who was Theo's inspiration? My pick. Was there Theo Epstein if there was no Billy Bean played by Brad Pitt? I don't think so.
Would Ben Affleck play Theo in a movie?
Oh, just wait.
Yeah. I think you need some de-aging. Because Theo,
That's
by the
true.
way, always looks like he's 23 years old. It's the amazing
Maybe
thing about
Rob
Theo
Lowe?
Epstein.
Oh, man, maybe. All right, there you go. The greatest sports executive of all time. Obviously, executive branch of government in the news, so we kind of took it from that with the presidential election last night. Greatest sports executive.
You know what's funny? Almost everyone we picked has been played in movies by different people. Like recently, Adrian Brody played your guy, Pat Riley. Brad Pitt played who played Steinbrenner? Steinbrenner's been played. Larry David. Larry David did the Steinbrenner voice.
Get the
Jerry
calzones.
Jerry West had this excellent actor in the Lakers Showtime story, but I don't know who could play Theo. That's a great thing because they should do a Cubs movie. That'd be awesome.
Or the Red Sox.
Andrew Perloff should
they
play
have
him.
a Red Sox doc on Netflix now. Yeah, I
mean,
don't know.
David and Affleck are just going to fight over it, right?
They're too old.
Theo should have his own movie.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Like, forget about whether you do Red Sox or Cubs. They should just follow his baseball career.
I got it. Zac Efron as Theo Epstein. You need somebody.
I see it.
Yeah.
Definitely. That's
Wow.
a great one.
I can't believe it.
I don't see it.
We had another one. Obviously, our very own Andrew Kaplan putting Theo Epstein or Red Auerbach. Now, the thing about Red Auerbach, though, is like...
Well, they cheated.
Well,
Cold showers.
Little bumps on the floor.
Well, I was just going to say, there weren't as many teams in the league at that time. Getting the talent pool and getting everybody to Boston was not the way it is today.
Yeah, but he had to beat teams with 5 Hall of Famers like regularly, all the time.
No free agency back then. None of the things that GMs and executives have to deal with today.
He did have, I don't know if it's, I mean, I guess you would say courage, whatever you want to call it, to like make stars like Bill Russell and Casey Jones and Sam Jones as black players in a very dangerous time. Like that was a thing that he did for sure.
No doubt.
Well, I mean, Branch Rickey obviously deserves some
100%.
serious, and also he was a great executive. He had a lot of good teams.
Yes, broke the color barrier in Major League Baseball with Jackie Robinson. Ray is in the chat. YouTube.com/Infinity Sportsnet, Twitch.tv/Infinity Sports Network. Ozzie Newsome. I thought about Ozzie too. Ozzie, one of the most respected players, and then also GM for the Ravens, and so many exciting teams.
You know who I thought? Bill Walsh, because he changed the way teams draft. Like he basically changed the entire NFL in 1981. Or Paul Brown, who was obviously Bill Walsh's mentor. Those two guys, like
but
game
what about
changers.
Belichick? So
Belichick is so much better as a coach than he is as an executive that you can't put him in the executive conversation.
I disagree. I think you're just thinking about the last little bit of Bill Belichick where it went off the rails. But Belichick's had full and total control for a long time.
His greatest draft pick of all time, he passed on Tom Brady 6 times before he took him. He lucked, like he wasn't like the greatest drafter, even during the. So like I think
those teams weren't built on free agency. The year they got the greatest free agent, or it wasn't a free agent, it was a trade. And Randy Moss is the year they didn't win.
No,
one of them.
I feel like he coached him up. I don't think he was the greatest GM, and I think like you look, he couldn't draft wide receivers. Like he was such a good coach of the whole system. He was a great executive. Obviously.
I was say Wes Welker and Julian Edelman. These guys were not. They
weren't even drafted. I mean, Wes Welker he traded for, by the way.
But he acquired them.
Yeah, I know, but like he was just such a better coach. Like, let me ask you this question: was he a better coach or executive?
He's definitely a better coach, but he did have full control over a team that won 6 titles.
Yeah, he's good at everything, but he just like he'd have to be a better drafter to win this award, in my opinion.
855-212-4227. So there you have it. The greatest sports executives of all time. Giving a little nod to the election last night, which you haven't heard. The election has been called. Donald Trump is the president yet again. So going around the room, Perloff had Billy Bean. I went with Pat Riley. Manny went with George Steinbrenner. EJ went with
Jerry West.
Jerry West, thank you. And Bogish went with
Theo Epstein.
I have the memory of a goldfish today.
Yeah.
I was up a little late.
Well, who said Branch Rickey? That's probably he's probably the first out in terms of a CFP mention. Like
Red Auerbach too.
Yeah, but I mean Branch Rickey on top of Jackie Robinson, like he basically designed the minor league system that baseball still uses today.
But if you want to go the NFL, I mean Paul Brown invented every single thing that you see on a football field came straight out of Paul Brown's. You know, helmet-to-helmet communication, game plans, looking at tape, all Paul Brown. So we weren't doing.
He thought to prepare for a game.
No.
I'm just kidding.
He's the first guy who charted his play. Like everything you see in modern football came right out. Ask Bill Belichick. It's all Paul Brown.
Let's go to our pal Adrian, who's in Maryland. Adrian, the greatest sports executive of all time is who?
Hey, guys, I got 2. I got Jerry Krause's Chicago Bulls, 2 3-peats, and if Jordan doesn't go to baseball, he has probably 8 championships in a row, which is crazy. And then the second one I got Jimmy Johnson.
Yep.
He's the Miami Hurricanes. He's basically the main recruiter. So many players in the NFL, goes to the NFL, fleeces Minnesota Vikings and gives them Herschel Walker, takes Dallas from 1-15 to the Super Bowl twice, and probably would have been a 3-peat if Jerry Jones doesn't get in the way.
Adrian, it's a great one. 2 great ones.
No. Adrian, we love you, but Jerry Krause, he's the one who ripped apart the Bulls.
I was going to say, does he get more credit for building them up, or does he get more credit or takes credit away because Michael Jordan clearly hated Jerry Krause?
Well, I think they could have gotten one more year out of that.
Hey, but they got along. That's all. I mean, they got along on the business level and winning the championships. It doesn't have to. They don't got to be friends. As long as they win championships, right?
I know, but Jordan's so bitter about that. Adrian, two great ideas, though, and 2 great ones. Thank you. And, it's funny. The one thing about Jimmy, and he obviously pulled off the all-time trade, the Herschel Walker trade is shorthand. Every sports fan knows it. But he did also have the luxury of the number 1 overall pick where they were able to get Troy Aikman. Why I think Pat Riley deserves to be in here is he never really was bottoming out before he was it wasn't because he was getting the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah, okay. That wasn't a
You
referendum on
take Jimmy
Pat Riley.
Butler and Tyler Hero and take them to a final.
The one thing,
Bam
by the way,
Adebayo.
the Jerry Krause thing, I think if you're going to nominate Jerry Krause, you might as well nominate the guy on the Blazers who drafted Sam Bowie instead of Jordan because, let's face it, Jerry Krause got a little lucky. Then, by the way, after Jordan left, he drafted Eddie Curry and Tyson Chandler in the next draft. That's the brilliant executive here?
Both former Knicks.
You do have to get a little lucky. All right, keep them coming, guys. Greatest executives of all time. All right, Perloff, last night maybe we were a little distracted by some other things going on, but not tonight. Prize Picks back on the front burner because it's the best place to get real money sports action while you watch football, the NBA, college football. Here's what you do. You download the Prize Picks app. It's super simple. Then you pick 2 or more players across any sport. And all you do is pick more or less on their projection, and you could win up to 100 times your money.
Don't forget, Maggie, it is Maction season, so we got football on a Wednesday. Yes. I'm going Kenneth Womack, under 60.5 yards. Bit of a projection there. Prize Picks, of course, if I'm wrong, even invented Flex Play, so you can still cash out even if one of your picks doesn't hit. It's very simple. Just download the Prize Picks app and use the code MNP and get a $50 credit instantly when you play just $5. That's code MNP on Prize Picks to get a $50 credit instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game, must be present in certain states where it's lawful to wager. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
You're in a 4-minute break.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wendy's Breakfast Burrito. This is Maggie Gray with a Sports Minute sponsored by Wendy's Breakfast Burrito. This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wendy's Breakfast Burrito.
4th of July from the YouTube crew. So watch with fam, have a laugh or two. He's the life of the party, brought to you by YouTube.
Oh, people, it's time to say goodbye. From Maggie and Perloff, you spread your wings to fly. You're a curmudgeon, but we love you all the same. With your love for OTV and the board you always take. Goodbye, Pete, you'll be missed every day. From Three's Company to Alf, you kept the oldies in play. Now you're off to Amy Lawrence, a new
Oh, Pete Bellotti, it's time to say so long. You grumbled and groaned, but we stayed strong. With your love for old shows and your curmudgeon charm, now you're off to Amy, and we're raising the alarm. Good riddance, Pete. We'll be better off today. No more Three's Company or Alf in our way. Off to Amy Lawrence where you can grumble all night. The show will be smoother, everything will feel just right. You offered to run the White Sox, what a plan. But running our show, you were our grumpy old man. With the NBA on NBC playing in your head, we'll carry on now without all that dread. Good riddance, people, be better off today. No more Three's Company or Alf in our way. Off to Amy Lawrence where you can rumble all night. The show will be smoother, everything will feel just right.
Pat's out on the town trying to find the one, swiping right and left, but he's just having fun. Dinner dates and why he's keeping it light, but there's a bigger question keeping him up at night. Is it time to give or time to wait? Does he help someone out or stick to his fate? He's living the life, but what does it mean when you're asked to be part of someone's baby dream? Pat was in a bind, what should he do? Should he be a donor or let love find him too?
Welcome back, Maggie and Perloff Show. It's Great Debate Wednesday. Greatest sports executive of all time. I already have buyer's remorse with my pick, but...
Shocker. Perloff wants off his own bandwagon.
Well, Billy Beane was a game changer. You guys will give me that. Like, he was unique in the sense that you guys won a lot of championships. My guy won none, but he came up with a new system. You guys had budgets galore. The Oakland A's, as you know, are not fond of spending a lot of money, and he still built one of the great winners of the last 25 years.
No, I know. We all thought your selection was good. You don't like your selection. You don't have to sell it to us.
It's important to me on Great Debate Wednesday, which I love, to win the poll, and I don't think I'm going to get this one because you guys have all those darn rings.
But you really wanted to put Branch Rickey, which, listen.
That wouldn't win either, but yeah.
Okay.
Right. The old guy's never...
Cold-hearted politics right now.
Maggie, the old guy never wins the poll. The guy from the 40s and 50s never wins the poll.
Yeah, this one was pretty big, though.
No, I don't think Branch Rickey.
No?
Yeah, no, I understand. If Branch Rickey, though, I'm not sure the awareness is there. Everyone knows Jackie Robinson.
Yeah.
I don't think everyone knows Branch Rickey's role in this.
We're asking you, who is the greatest sports executive of all time? Obviously, we're taking a page off of the election last night, the executive branch sort of being in the news. You know how we do. Mike's in California. Mike, who do you think?
Okay, so... I don't know if we classify it as a traditional, executive, but the insight that it took for this man to take a bunch of underground fight videos and turn it into what we now know as the UFC as a fight promoter is Dana White.
Yeah.
Because that became the overall, it's bigger than most sports are now, and he started off just promoting them and took it from what it was back in the 80s to what it is now.
Totally. I've got my issues with Dana White, a lot of them, but you can't argue with the results, right? The results, if that's what we're basing it off of, 100%.
And it's funny because you asked this question after you were talking about your fans fighting fans thing earlier, Maggie, and there was a funny story. I think it was Kent Shamrock or Tito Ortiz where they went to a Dodger game and a fan started heckling and trying to get into a fight with it, not knowing who it was because he was rooting for the other team. And part of the entourage went over and told the guy who this person was. The guy sitting down beers and hot dogs. The story goes, they sent him beers, hot dogs, and nachos, and when whoever the fighter was turned around to thank him, the guy had left the stadium.
Smart man. That fan.
Be careful you pick a fight with the fans.
Man, do you remember the great story? I know John Jones is going to be fighting Stipe Miocic coming up this weekend, but there was a great story about John Jones was meditating in a park right before one of his fights, and someone came up and tried to take this woman's purse, and John Jones ran him down and kicked his butt.
You wouldn't surprise me.
It's like you never know who's around. Mike, thanks so much for the call. Thanks so much for checking in, too. I know it's early in California. Mike's awesome. He's one of our callers from the afternoon show.
But
He's followed us over.
I feel like we're not paying enough attention to the upcoming ridiculously stupid fight. But I'm starting to see some ads for it again.
Me too.
So Mike Tyson's back and he's fighting Jake Paul, and that's really happening?
November 15th. Bogish and I were just talking about this off the air, I think, right, Bogues?
Okay.
Or EJ and I were, about how all of a sudden you just go onto Netflix and here it is like, oh my gosh, this is happening. And
Right. Well, I still think we all in the back of our head think that Mike Tyson will be injured or something and not ready to go because he doesn't physically, it seems like he's having major problems.
I'm still wondering if he makes it to the fight. And if he does, there's also a distinct possibility that Mike Tyson makes it to this Jake Paul fight and it's a farce. Like, I'm not saying it's fixed, although I wouldn't bet on this one, guys. But I'm just saying, does he get there and it's unserious? He hasn't taken it seriously. He doesn't have the stamina, the conditioning, or anything like that.
Yeah. I remember that when George Foreman came in his late 40s and early 50s and just stood there and was just so strong that he could still figure out a way to do it. Maybe Tyson could just do that, just stand there, take the punches and...
I don't think Tyson has been as good to his body as George Foreman was.
I remember George Foreman came out. He was obviously quite overweight.
No, I know, but there's a lot of other... I mean, Tyson literally owns a weed farm.
Well, I think that's probably the best thing that's happened to his body. It's his joints. He has trouble walking.
Yeah, I think there was some alcohol. So I don't think he's been taking care of himself.
When they announced this fight, I was the one calling BS on all of these things.
Yeah.
I didn't even say it was sports. I wouldn't put it in my update, and you guys were like, it's great, can't wait. Now you all have the same objections that I did?
Wait. I admit I do flip-flop sometimes. I don't remember ever saying that the Tyson-Jake Paul was going to be this great sporting event.
You were all geeked up, and no one accepted my dismissal of this thing.
You know what I think happened? And I'm glad you kept receipts on this, Bogusch. I think what happened is they postponed it. Tyson isn't looking that great. And I think our excitement, the air went out of the balloon on this one.
I think Bogusch is conflating things. I think there was a side that kept saying that Mike Tyson would definitely knock out Jake Paul, that me and Mr. P. Bellotti were on that side. And I think Perloff was kind of teetering that fence as well. Then it was Maggie that was trying to say that this is interesting and
it's never, I thought it said it's never going to happen.
It's never going to happen. And I think you were on it's not sports. I don't know if anyone necessarily disagreed. I think you were a third party, kind of on a different plane.
No, I remember saying that I was more excited, and this was, 3 or 4 debates into the sequence, that I was more excited for Kobayashi and Chestnut than Tyson, and because this was always nonsense to me.
Well, I do think there is a lot of people who want to see Mike Tyson just pound Jake Paul into smithereens. I mean, that is because a lot of people. Jake Paul is quite polarized, and everyone loves.
So is Tyson.
Yeah, but there's still a lot of sports love for Mike Tyson. I mean, it's one of the young Mike Tyson. Just watch the clips. It's an incredible athletic feat. He was in a world of heavyweights. He was just different. So, but no, I actually think if we put up a poll, who would you rather? Who do you have more of an issue with right now? Jake Paul. Jake Paul is he's out there. He's the kind of like the nation's bad guy wrestler.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
The YouTuber, he was a joke and the showman only. Mike Tyson was actually the heavyweight champion of the world, and he had the bona fides to back it up. Who do you want to see get knocked out? It'd be kind of sad probably to see Tyson get knocked out. I'm just going back to when Floyd Mayweather fought Logan Paul, right?
Yep, that happened.
Yeah, and that was silly.
Yeah, I mean, Floyd Mayweather fights are never entertaining, though.
No, but he was holding him up at one point where you felt like, all right, they just had to get it to a certain spot. You catch what I'm saying?
Oh no, I got you. Yeah, it was phony baloney, as they say.
Yeah, but this is a lot different. Tyson's just a much more
it's a knockout or nothing.
Captivating.
That's true.
Guy. I can't believe. So it's free on Netflix, Bogus. You were mentioned, or do we have to pay for this?
I think it's just free. I think if you have Netflix, you have it.
Yeah, free on Netflix doesn't make sense.
Right.
You pay for the Netflix.
But there's not a premium on top of that.
No, I don't think so. But
are we watching?
No.
I probably will.
I will if it's free.
I'm not someone who
not
really
free.
watches.
Well, I have Netflix. If it's free for me, if it's not additional, you can have DirecTV. You can pay for DirecTV, and then you have to pay another $70.
Oh, without a doubt. No, we just had Mike in California said he thought Dana White was the greatest sports executive of all time. That's our great debate today. If you have ESPN Plus, you're still paying for the UFC pay-per-views.
Yeah, I do it.
So this is not my point. It's not paper. Yeah, so I have Netflix, so it's easy for me to click on this.
I think this is going to do huge numbers because of that. I think of all the now everyone has a lot of streaming services, but I think almost everyone has Netflix. If there's one to say, all right, what's the one that everyone has? I think it's Netflix because it's just grandfathered in.
Yep.
So once you have it, it's just like you're on a boring weekend night. You're like, oh, Why the hell not?
If you ask me, like, hey, you want to watch this Mike Tyson, Jake Paul thing, but I'm going to need you to actually enter your credit card number and then the expiration date and then the security code on the back, like, I wouldn't get all the way there.
Right.
At some point, my better judgment would be like, don't do this.
Yeah, nobody's pay-per-viewing. Yeah, that's our point. You have Netflix, right?
I do.
So Netflix is like the Kleenex of streaming services. Just everyone I know has it. So, oh God, I can't believe I have to watch this dumb thing.
Watch it. Hate yourself. Bogush says headlines. Meanwhile, keep them coming, guys. We're asking who's the greatest sports executive of all time. That's our great debate.
These headlines are sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Protect your home and auto. Save when you bundle. Get a quote at progressive.com. It does not matter who's in charge or how many teams make the playoff. The person running the CFP selection committee is either unwilling or incapable of explaining how they reach their decisions. 7-1 Ohio State's number 2 in the initial top 25 revealed last night, while 7-1 Georgia is third. So committee chair Ward Manuel was asked why on ESPN.
They both had great wins, but what we felt is in terms of the losses they had, Ohio State lost to number 1 Oregon by 1, and Georgia lost at Alabama, who's ranked number 11, and so that was really the difference. I mean, we're splitting hairs in terms of looking at 2 great teams.
We need a room full of football minds to get to that logic.
Imagine how much these people all make.
I have a question. I'm so sorry to spring this on you guys. When the national title game is a neutral field, right?
Yeah.
What about the Final Four games? Are those neutral or are those home? Those are still neutral, right?
Final Four games are neutral sites. So they're going to be at the not the Orange Bowl. No, not the Orange Bowl. Rose Bowl, Sugar Bowl, and some of the other bowls.
So the 1-2 distinction and the 2-3 distinction is not overly important. It makes a difference who you play, but you're not necessarily costing yourself a home game at the very end. Because
there is no home game if you get to that bye.
Got it. I just wanted to see how important this distinction between those 2 teams it really is.
So Oregon's number 1 on this list, followed by Ohio State, as we just said, and Georgia. The problem for the Buckeyes is they're not in first in the Big Ten because of those Ducks. So they'd have to play in round 1. This time around, they would host 12-seeded Boise State. Oregon, Georgia, Miami, BYU would get those first-round byes. The Cougars actually 9th in this top 25, but are the 4th highest ranked Power 4 conference leader at the moment. From the NFL, corner Marshawn Lattimore is going to the Commanders. That was the biggest move before yesterday's trade deadline. There was also the Ravens taking a flyer on Rams corner Tre'Davious White, and the Cowboys probably overpaying for Jonathan Mingo to catch passes from Cooper Rush for the next month. We mentioned this, I think, briefly yesterday. If Dak goes on IR now, that guarantees us Cooper Rush on Thanksgiving, right?
Oh, great.
Against the Kraft Giants. Or Trey Lance by then, who knows? But that 4 weeks of Dak on IR would take us through Thanksgiving.
Yes, it would.
That's really going to challenge the power of the star on the helmet.
We had one of the most famous Thanksgiving games ever was a Cowboys backup, Clint Longley, 72, against the Washington team.
Remembered fondly.
So who knows? I feel like Cooper Rush, we've probably had him on Thanksgiving before. Has he never played on Thanksgiving at all?
I feel like he has played one important Cowboy game in the past.
I know Dalton played on Thanksgiving.
We just don't need the combination of Cooper Rush and the Giants on Thanksgiving.
Who are they down to at that point? Those injury guarantees for Daniel Jones are about to get real. The one backup quarterback I remember from Thanksgiving is the Lions rolled out a guy named David Blough. I was like, man, it's spelled Blough, but I believe it's pronounced Blow.
No, it's Blau.
Are you
David
sure?
Blau from Purdue? Yeah.
I think it's Blau,
Everyone called him Blau.
Oh, maybe I just fell for the joke.
Yeah.
I always thought that guy was pretty good, by the way.
I think my favorite bad Thanksgiving quarterback was always Joey Harrington. Watching him go out there and just go, 12 for 32 with 1 touchdown and 3 picks was just.
But he was the starter.
I know he was the actual starter. That's why I said bad, not backup.
Oh yeah.
Those were fun. I mean, that guy was just.
Yeah, Lions fans loved them.
Sorry, Lions fans. I enjoyed it.
You're going to get us in trouble with our Oregon folks.
The NBA handing Joel Embiid a 3-game suspension for his physical altercation with Philadelphia Inquirer columnist Marcus Hayes. in the Sixers locker room over the weekend. Nuggets forward Aaron Gordon expected to miss multiple weeks with a calf strain. Shohei Ohtani had surgery yesterday to repair the torn labrum in his shoulder that he suffered on that slide in Game 2 of the World Series. Ohtani expected to be recovered for spring training. Now, the Mets would love to sign Juan Soto away from the Yankees. Would the Yankees respond by signing Pete Alonso away from the Mets? GM Brian Cashman.
There's a lot of high-quality players in this marketplace, and certainly Pete did an amazing job with the Mets. And so had a brief conversation with Scott about a lot of he has a lot of free agents, which is normal, and Pete's one of them.
That, of course, is agent Scott Boras. So as you can hear, these are like preliminary talks, but Alonso's name did come up with the Yankees.
Oh, lovely. We're back in Scott Boras season.
And finally, and all I ask, can we just get these deals done before spring training?
You know the answer.
No.
Spring training.
Spring training?
Even that's
You're pushing it. You know these things go to the very, very, very end now.
I was hoping you'd say like Valentine's Day. Spring training, that's rough. That's a big problem for Major League Baseball.
Well, those are basically the same thing. Valentine's Day is usually like pitchers and catchers showing up. If we get it done before then, I'm okay.
I mean, like, actually, as a fan experience, what does it really matter?
Well, it's annoying to me, at least,
me
and
too.
I think others, that every other sport, the first day of free agency is like a bonanza, and there's deals galore, and it's like an actual calendar day. Baseball free agency starts, and 6 months later, somebody signs for under market value.
This is also the thing I despise about this, is they go so long sometimes and so deep into the spring training. Now it's like, are they going to be ready for opening day? It's like, come on.
Right.
Like, now it was like the prize signing or something really fun, and we're not even sure if they're going to be ready to go.
Wait, so when did this change? Because it used to be cool, hot stove.
Why?
Thank Billy Bean.
I would think, though, the really late signings are a fairly newish.
No.
Basically, collusion is kind of what's happening a little bit. I think it's when.
Yeah, keeping salaries down.
I think so.
Well, I mean, Harper and Machado still got paid, but those are the guys I remember really taking abnormally long. They were the first ones that I can remember that didn't get done, like, in the winter.
Do you remember Camp Jobless? They had to set up an alternate spring training for guys who hadn't signed yet.
And we had Carl Pavano on like a yacht with different teams in like December one year, and then we get to then fast forward, and we've got guys begging for jobs during spring training.
Yeah,
and I do think it's a problem for Major League Baseball because I think fan engagement it's important even in your off season. I think when you prolong things like that, by the time a Bryce or a Manny signs in a one-off, not with a bunch of other action, it kind of comes and goes, right? When like you have like that July 1st NBA date or that April whatever date in NFL, like I do think fans are like ready for that date and all these deals happen and there's excitement.
Well, the other part too is it's not like Major League Baseball also has the draft. Like they don't have enough moments on the calendar that aren't games. Like opening day will belong to baseball sometimes, although the NCAA tournament's right there. Yeah. But their other sports have other big days that we get up for, and baseball doesn't have the draft. Now they don't have a big free agency day. They're missing out.
Yeah, they're not as good at the offseason.
No.
The NFL's the king. I mean, there's no doubt. They've turned like, schedule release. I'm going to take today off from school to watch a schedule release show. It's out of control. The NFL, because the NFL season is so short, I think that helps too. I mean, let's face it, baseball season's so long, they don't really have the same thing.
That's true. Bogish, thanks so much. We got a lot to do, including let's dive into a move that the Cowboys made yesterday because Jerry Jones is the laughingstock, but does he deserve to be? And also, we're taking your submissions for our question. Who is the greatest sports executive of all time? Maggie Perloff.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 4 minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. $45 seconds remaining. $30 seconds remaining. $15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
On the Cowboys. So yesterday, trade deadline.
Yep.
Jerry and the gang hinting that they were going to do something they were very excited about. That ended up being a trade for a wide receiver, Perloff.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be...
Are we talking like DeAndre Hopkins level, Devontae Adams level, maybe Amari Cooper level?
May I present Jonathan Mingo from the Carolina Panthers.
All in.
A 4th-round draft pick goes to Carolina for Mingo, who was a 2nd-round pick in his 2nd season. So, yes, Hopkins, it was a 5th rounder. Cooper, a 5th rounder. Devontae Adams got traded for a 3rd rounder. Jonathan Mingo for a 4th rounder. Did the Cowboys overpay?
Everyone is saying they overpaid. I will tell you one thing for Cowboys fans, if you're listening. Spotrac, who does an amazing job covering contracts in the NFL, said the reason you have to give up a 4th-round pick is because Mingo is under contract for 4 years as a 2nd-round pick, and you pay for cost certainty in the NFL.
Right, so 2 of those years are gone.
Well, right.
So
you get 2
more years.
You get 2
years of control.
1.5 years.
1.5.
Yeah. So the other thing about Jonathan Mingo was not good in Carolina, but he was everybody's draft favorite. Let me just read you some Jonathan Mingo numbers. Again, I'm trying to help Cowboys fans.
Okay.
He's 6'2", 220. Ran a 4.46 at 220, 39.5-inch vertical leap, 10.9 broad jump. So the problem with him is speed has not showed up in the NFL. So I don't know what those numbers mean, but I guarantee they fell in love with him in the pre-draft process. And maybe this is one that doesn't blow up on him, because I think everyone was grading moves yesterday, and they said the Cowboys overpaid for Jonathan Mingo. Fair, but at least there's an argument to be made here. It's not the greatest one, but I'm trying to make Cowboys fans feel okay.
Here we go.
Yeah, I think you're doing a good job, and there is a different calculus when the person is under cost control, right? And so you're going to have to pay a little bit more because their salary is going to be a little bit less. That's the give and take of the NFL. This is the part of the trade that I didn't understand. Yeah, your GM is going to be the same because it's Jerry Jones, but what if you bring in a new coach?
Oh, what's the yeah, I think,
don't you want to see what that coach, I mean, every coach needs wide receivers, so if you think they can fit any kind of system with any kind of, I don't know. I think if I'm gonna make some big moves at the end of the year, maybe I would wait until I had my new coach in place.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of coach fits for Jonathan Mingo.
Well, clearly not Dave Canales or whatever. So
yeah,
Frank Reich before him.
Yeah, I mean, right. Mingo has done nothing in Carolina.
To be fair to him, he may have had one of the worst quarterback picks ever. I don't know if Bryce Young's going to get his career back on track, but it was not good.
You know what? This actually, in a negative way, reminds me a little bit of trading a 4th-round pick for Trey Lance, who was all pre-draft evaluation. We saw he barely got on the field in San Francisco because of injuries, and they gave up a 4th because they probably liked him before the draft.
Yeah.
It's a mistake that it's hard to imagine this pays off. I mean, I like in principle that they added a receiver because they're very, very thin there.
My question is, was the offer that was on the table that much different before you played Atlanta and before you played the 49ers?
Well,
I mean,
that's
the
true.
Panthers have been out of it basically since week 3.
Why'd they get a running back too? That has been on my mind.
Why did they?
Did they
not?
They could have used a younger running back. I'm sorry, Dalvin Cook is not doing it for me.
Yeah, I mean, Zeke Elliott can't even get to a meeting.
But if you're talking about bad wide receiver trades, I think there's one that isn't getting enough attention.
Go ahead.
And I think EJ can weigh in on this because I know he was a fan of him in college. The Eagles gave up a 3rd-round pick for Jahan Dotson, who barely plays.
That's old news, Perloff.
But
We're not talking
it came
about
up
that today.
No, it came up again. It's not old news because Washington had an extra 3rd-round pick that they could go and sell for Marshawn Lattimore from the Saints, the cornerback. So the terrible idea to trade a 3rd round for Jahan Dotson leads to the trade yesterday. I'm just saying, why is it that Mingo...
Yes, the Commanders had a 2nd, 3rd round pick because of that trade for Dotson, and then they used it yesterday to get Lattimore. Sorry.
Right, yeah, right, exactly. So here's what I'm wondering. Like, how can I watch DeAndre Hopkins is basically a 3rd round pick, and then Jonathan Mingo is a 4th rounder, and Jahan Dotson is a 3rd rounder? Like, these things don't fit. Like, they should not be going on the trade market for the same round.
I think the more egregious wide receiver trade for the Cowboys is they gave up multiple 1st-round picks for Cooper and then trade him for a 5th rounder, right? If we're going all time.
Yeah, I mean.
I'm bringing up old stuff now, too.
But I just think, but I just think this particular, now the trade deadline is done, is just a wide variance. Like, Jahan Dotson should not be the same as DeAndre Hopkins and Devontae Adams. That's just going to be weird.
So the other part of this Jerry situation with the Cowboys, this is what I think is going to really tick off Cowboy fans. If next year, when fans are clamoring for them to add more wide receivers, and they go, no, but we've got Jonathan Mingo, don't forget. Like, they're going to want the credit. I don't know where this season is going for the Cowboys. I've got an idea, like, down the drain, especially with Dak hurt now. but they're going to want credit next year for this move. Like, hey, we zagged, when everyone thought we were going to not do anything, we did end up getting a guy who we loved in the pre-draft process. He's here, so get off our backs about not adding wide receivers in the offseason.
Yeah, I mean...
That's not going to make fans.
But it's not
happy.
like they don't have a lot of draft needs next year. They desperately need defensive help. And if Ashton Genty's there and they don't take him, then we're going to drive to Dallas after I drive to San Antonio. Like they need a running back. So anyway, it's not like the wide receivers the only need there. You watch that defense play, Mag?
Yeah. I thought it was going to be a little better.
Well, I mean, listen,
They're very hurt.
Add Parsons, add Bland. We'll see. I would like to see. I do not. Obviously, I want the Eagles to beat the Cowboys, but I just like to see the narrative change if the Cowboys somehow won this. Wouldn't that be funny? Because there's been nothing but negative news on that team for a long time now.
There was one person on social media who weighed in who does fantasy football who said Mingo is one of the worst wide receivers in the NFL by any metric.
Nice.
Is that bad?
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining.
I was scrolling through my calendar today. Realized we missed a major holiday. you know. Happy birthday, Perloff. Happy birthday to you. We're just a little late, but our wishes are true. We hope your day was awesome, even though it's past. We're celebrating now, and that's gonna last. I'm feeling guilty, feeling blue. Forgot my own bro's birthday. And he's got that hungry look, sitting down for breakfast like a king in a nook. Give me that croissant and make it fucking nice, and don't forget that fresh squeezed OJ's my bite. He's just ordering big, what a fucking sight. 30 bucks on breakfast, man, it's out of sight. And your love sweat can't escape this shit. Lost the bet, no paying, it's a hell of a fit. 2 eggs on the side and don't skip.
Maggie and Perloff on the Infinity Sports Network.
College football playoff rankings out, but we're going to put that on the back burner just for a moment. Welcome to the show, Maggie Gray, Andrew Perloff, because there was some crazy injury news. We'll get back to college football in a sec, but Perloff, turns out Shohei Ohtani's shoulder may have been a bit worse than we had imagined, and we thought it was pretty bad.
Yeah, I was going to say, the dude was running to second base, holding his shoulder in place, and totally ineffective.
But still played. And maybe it was a little worse than even the Dodgers had originally kind of disclosed. So it was revealed on Tuesday that Ohtani has already undergone successful arthroscopic surgery on his left shoulder. It's a torn labrum that led to the shoulder dislocation. And that seems pretty big. Yet the Dodgers are saying he'll be ready for spring training.
Yeah.
Or the season, the season.
So there is a thought that when you're a hitter, that shoulder is not quite as important as the front shoulder, or do I have it backwards? Whatever it is, like, this is not the worst kind of injury. I'm shocked. Like, in football, a torn labrum for a quarterback is such a big deal. How can you be back out there by the season? Can you explain this to me medically, Maggie?
The shoulder bone's connected to the arm bone. I know I can't explain it medically, but my question about this is, all right, you already have him coming off of what we thought was a second Tommy John surgery, right? So he's still going to push. Yeah, exactly. He's won the MVP. But he's still going to push, I believe, to pitch and to hit. So first of all, how does that impact the rehab in any way? It's obviously a different shoulder. I get that. But does that impact that rehab at all? 2, if you're still going to pitch and hit, you're coming off this shoulder surgery. Let's not forget how this happened in the first place. Him sliding into second. This wasn't a wear and tear thing. This was a moment that led to this torn labrum and the shoulder dislocation. So how are you going to play differently when you come back?
Yeah, you can steal all those bases. I would not. I'd just be a slugger.
Well, he's got to play the game as it's being played. They're begging you to steal bases now. He can't just decline.
I'm a Phillies fan, and if you get Bryce Harper, Mr. Brittle Bryce Harper, don't steal bases with that dude. I'll tell you right now, I don't want him running the bases.
Well, but Perloff, you got to play the game you're in.
No. You got to protect your players.
Well, so you're going to have him not get himself into scoring position?
Yes. No, you're not going to run Shohei Ohtani. You don't need 60 stolen bases for Shohei Ohtani. You need his bat in the lineup fully healthy at the end of the year. Is it really that big a deal? Like, no. I know it's easy to steal bases with the new rules, but no, I do think you slow down his running. Would you? I mean, if you're the manager, I know you're saying in theory you play the game in front of you, but this is the crown jewel of Major League Baseball, let alone your team. You got to keep him healthy.
So can I tell you guys the honest truth of what came over my mind when I saw this? Manny said no. Well, I'm going to tell you anyway. My first thought was, wow, thank goodness they won the first World Series with him in year 1 of the contract, because I don't know if he's ever going to be fully healthy again.
Well,
I hope that's not the case, because he's 30 and we've got a lot of injuries stacking up here. And he's, by the way, I know you think he should just be a hitter, but that's not what they're saying, at least not yet. They want him to pitch and to hit, and that's already taxing on your body. So now add into it some fluke injuries that happen in baseball, like sliding into second and dislocating your shoulder. And I know the Dodgers have an all-star team. I'm just saying, thank goodness they got the first one, because they might go and win more, but I don't know if Ohtani, are we ever going to see a fully healthy season? A fully healthy season has been not the rule, it's been the exception.
But what we've seen, though, is they can go into a World Series with him at 30% and win. So I think that was why when we told us this yesterday, I was kind of like, I don't know. I feel like the Dodgers window is just going to be infinite because they have the most money. They have the best front office. Their farm system is awesome. Like, they just know how to run a baseball team. So it feels like maybe you don't get the best of Shohei anymore. Like, maybe you don't have a 50-50 season ever again. But will they be in contention? It just feels like that seems inevitable.
They've had great teams. They've had better teams in the past that haven't won the World Series.
But you're forgetting one thing about MLB playoffs is it's completely erratic. I mean, and I'm being dead serious. Like, you guys can sit there and logic. Everyone said, oh, the Dodgers don't have the pitching this year. And guess what? They won with bullpen games. So, like, you do not know. I think EJ's point is they have baseline enough talent to be in the mix every year. So they're gonna be in that tumbler of
Ohtani, and it was not good enough.
But it was just a matter of time before they broke through. If you get there enough times, eventually what's that thing the bingo wheel is going to stop on you. I mean, just as a baseball GM, I really think you think of like, I just need to make sure I get to the playoffs. What happens there is going to be somewhat random.
Let me put it a different way. We're talking about Shohei Ohtani had shoulder surgery yesterday. If Ohtani only wins one World Series, the one we just watched, because of this randomness of baseball playoffs and because maybe injuries play a factor or a roulette wheel of different reasons / excuses you can come up with every year. If he only wins one, will the contract have been worth it?
Oh, my God. Yes.
Definitely.
The other thing, too, is you can say that, like, I'm not going down this negative road with you. I'm thinking more like the analogy, who's the player he gets compared to historically?
Babe Ruth.
Honestly, I think we might be watching a modern-day Babe Ruth. He is the best offensive player I've seen maybe in my entire life. I mean, peak Pujols. Trout was nothing like this. Like, he is amazing. He might win 8 MVPs.
And you don't want him to pitch.
No, I don't want him to pitch because I want him to be Babe Ruth. It's not exactly a small goal either. I think he could just rack up MVPs because he's so good.
Yeah, but MVPs are fine. He's already got a lot of them. Aren't you in it for the World Series?
Did you say, I mean, you actually said, and I'm going to call you out on this.
Yeah.
You said they need him to pitch because they don't have enough good pitching to win a World Series unless he does that.
Well, I'll point it back on you to say this was a crapshoot of a baseball playoffs. And even if they have good pitching next year, could that be enough? It might not be.
Well, yeah, but I don't think they need Shohei as a pitcher to get over the top. And no, I really do believe that. I think that, first of all, it's not like they don't pay enough for that staff.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, how many Cy Youngs do they have sitting there?
Lots.
Actually, I'm not sure how many.
Well, did Glass now win a Cy Young?
I don't think he's ever won a Cy Young.
He's been really good.
Oh, okay.
But here's a question, though. So the pitching put them over the top.
Well, they hit.
I mean, the pitching held their own.
I mean, they average like 8 runs a game against your Mets.
Yeah, but the Mets also average like 8 runs a game against them. Those were like trading blowouts.
It was in the pitching that put him over the top.
Manny,
and it helped in the World Series.
You're the Yankee fan here, so you're seeing this from the opposite end. Not to bring up painful recent memories, but do you think that the Dodger pitching really overwhelmed the Yankees, or are you blaming a different thing for why you lost?
I think the issue was more the Yankees' inability to hit the ball. I really don't. I don't think the pitching for the Dodgers was anything that the Yankees could not have defeated. I mean, the Yankees just went anemic at the wrong time. But with that said,
you're not giving credit for the Dodger pitching staff for that.
Not particularly. No.
I'm not either.
Not too much. Not
I wasn't
too much.
blown away.
Yeah.
I know Walker
You just thought
Buehler.
the Yankees started swinging at everything.
More or less. They got cold at the wrong time. But, I mean, regardless, you take a look at this pitching staff that the Dodgers had on the IL during that World Series. I mean, I'm kind of with Perloff. I don't know if you really need Shohei to throw the ball because, I mean, you already got 4 pitchers, 4 starting pitchers on your IL, and you won the World Series. I'm kind of with Perloff here.
$700 million though, just for a hitter.
Just for a hitter, but no, that's not fair to say. I mean,
well, he's got wheels now too. Don't
he's
forget that.
He's a 3-time MVP, and we're just getting started.
Yeah, but the reason why the number got to 700 was because you thought you were kind of paying for like 2 positions
But you
combined.
said that. Did they come out and say that, or is that something you thought?
Well, no one's made that much.
I mean, still, $700 million deferred is what, worth $360 or something in real
Right.
time? No, I mean,
I know. They deferred all that money. He's not going to get the $700, but
gigantic bargain. It was like the Bryce Harper deal. When the Phillies signed Bryce Harper, the number was gigantic, but $320 or something, but it was over 10 years. Like, they did not overpay for Shohei Ohtani.
I'm not saying they overpaid. I'm just saying I think I thought baked into $700 million, just the eye-popping number was because we're paying for two positions.
I did not think that because I think he's right along the value. In fact, he's probably a bargain.
Then why wouldn't Juan Soto get $700 million? He's not going to.
If Juan Soto deferred it, he could easily get it. Any team in baseball would give him that deal. Because the $700 million deferred is not worth that much. He'll earn more, he'll get a higher value than that. He'll do better than that deal. He'll get 400 something in like now. If you defer the money, the value goes way down because of inflation and other things.
I agree with you. And Ohtani was willing to do that either to be a good teammate and let them sign Yamamoto, or the fact that he makes so much in endorsements.
I thought you were about to say the other thing.
Oh, because
they're going to go after that money because he's embroiled in a gambling scandal. He's like, give it to me later. I thought that was where you were.
Listen.
But I mean, Soto will definitely get a better contract.
Ipe's legal bills are going to be around $650 million.
Soto could get that deal without deferring the money. I mean, that guy's going to make so much money. He'll probably do 20% higher value than Ohtani.
Somebody's going to give it to him too.
But the final total is not going to look. Yes, I get. Yeah. I understand the value is higher if you don't defer the money. I totally get that economics, but he's not going to get anywhere close to the number.
Like 700?
He's not. There's not going to be. We're not going to get a ticker, an alert that says Juan Soto signed for $700 million.
I think so.
No.
I think a player is going to get to 5 soon. I mean, I think Shohei probably could have gotten to 5, but it's going to happen. I mean, I don't think honestly, also to me, I think we view Shohei as a generational player beyond. Like, he is so good as a hitter that he doesn't even need to pitch to be one of like a Mount Rushmore player. He is unbelievable. Like, we're talking like in the Mickey Mantle, Joe DiMaggio range of players to me. If he stays, but you bring up a good point, if he stays healthy.
Yeah, so again, that's the news yesterday, the arthroscopic shoulder surgery, which is not 3 words you really want strung together for anybody.
This is, to me, is a quarterback injury. Remember Drew Brees had this, and the Miami Dolphins were like, well, we're not going to risk getting a guy off a labrum tear. And then Colin Kaepernick had a terrible labrum tear, and he never played the same. I mean, he got involved in, obviously, that story became much bigger.
Yeah.
So this is a big injury. This is no joke. You know what? My former boss, Dan Patrick, had this surgery.
Oh, really?
He's like, it hurts.
Old football injury for Dan?
Yeah, he had shoulder surgery. Like, this is like, and he was in real agony over it. It's like, this hurts so much all the time.
I didn't get the surgery when I probably should have, because of just the rehab and the recovery is a lot.
Well, now you're on a first name basis with every rehab plan. I'm sorry. But now that you've been through a bad injury, when you tore up your knee when we were playing kickball at Deion Dawkins' charity event, now would you get the surgery knowing like, hey, I can do this?
Oh, definitely. Now I would have got the surgery. I always regret not getting it. But like, the doctor, my orthopedist at the time, was real. He was like, hey, this is, it's standard, but it's a tough period,
I think Marco Belletti also has a tear in his labrum that he never got rectified. Yeah.
Love Marco. Again, they say he's going to be ready for spring training. I went back and read it. I thought it said the season. No, they're saying spring training.
And this is one of those injuries that I would, you'll be in much better shape once you get the surgery, but it's not like this is, you get it and then you're done. There are plenty of people who still have issues with their shoulders moving forward. So it's very dicey. It's not something you want to hear if you're a Dodger fan. I still can't believe he played a baseball game in the World Series facing 95, 100-mile-an-hour fastballs with a torn labrum.
He played 2 games.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I think it's one of the tough guy feats I've ever seen. I mean, I think I'm being serious.
It's kind of like Emmett putting his shoulder back in place and getting out there.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean,
but he was so bad, though.
I know, but
that guy takes away, like, Emmitt Smith had a serious shoulder injury and went and kicked butt.
But it almost does remind me a little bit like Willis Reed, right? Willis Reed scored 4 points in the game, but like him being out there alone was just like the inspiration.
Did we have that exact debate? Does Shohei Ohtani belong in the Willis Reed? And who was the other player?
No, we were talking about Freddie Freeman.
Well, it's about Freeman.
Freddie Freeman, right.
Gibson.
Right.
But I think maybe Shohei was the real Gibson.
Yeah.
He didn't hit the homer, though.
The other, I'm reading the story today. I did not remember this. So Cody Bellinger had the same exact injury, except he got his celebrating the World Series.
Oh, I remember that.
Because Kiki Hernandez hugged him too hard and he tore his labrum.
Yeah.
That's bad. Now that is bad.
I'll say that is a.
That sounds made up.
No,
Someone could hug you so hard.
Wow,
No, it must have been an awkward angle or something.
Do you remember when Martin Grammatica was celebrating a field goal and
Edwin
his ACL?
Diaz was celebrating World Baseball Classic and messed up his entire leg.
Yeah, same injury I had.
I'm not betting against Shohei. I think like the fact that he was injured last year and this became the first, like, was it 50-50 or 60-60?
50-50 last year.
Yeah. I mean, he is a unique athlete. I'm really excited to see him come back from this. The other thing, too, is Bryce Harper and him both, guys coming back from Tommy John who aren't pitchers, like they're doing it so fast right now. What is going on with that surgery, Dr. Maggie?
It's just different for hitters. But Shohei's not just a hitter. I'd like to know from people, if Shohei only wins one World Series, is that enough? Manny shaking your head. I'm with you. You can't do the Mickey Mantle thing and then say, oh, well, one.
Especially when you deferred all that money to make sure that you have more reinforcements around you.
But he's 1 for 1 in LA. Like, what makes you think he's not going to win a bunch more?
Well, I don't have any reason to believe that they're not going to. I think that the Dodgers are geared up for a dynasty here. But I mean, if they only end up getting one, I think it's kind of a failed experiment.
I mean, you said yourself, Pearl.
Yeah.
It's a crapshoot.
What if he wins 5? What if he wins 4 more MVPs? There's no way you could say. I mean,
just one title.
Yeah.
Sounds like Alex Rodriguez. How is he looked upon right here in this city?
I think baseball is not football. It's not basketball. People can distinguish between individual achievement and titles. Because it's very, very hard. Baseball is a very individualistic sport.
Wait, hold on one second. Someone on the line. Can I? Okay. Is this a prank call?
Nope.
Are you sure?
Oh, well, I won't put my life on it, but he has a real story.
All right. I'm going to do this. John is in Boise, which we love. We love you, Boise. And it says here on my screen, hugs can lead to injuries. Good morning, John.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, you were saying that, the hug sounded, like it was a made-up injury. A couple years ago, I hugged my wife so hard, and I didn't mean to, but I displaced 2 of her ribs, and it took almost a full year for that to heal. And I still feel so bad to this day.
John, wait a minute. Displaced 2 of her ribs. Can I ask, if it's not too personal, why were you hugging so hard? Like, what was the good news you got, or what was the moment?
I don't know. I think I just got home from work, was happy to see her, missed her because it was a long-ass day. And I gave her this big old hug, and she's this tiny little thing, and I wrapped my arms around her arms and gave her a big squeeze, and she goes, ow! And we ended up going to the doctor, and I separated 2 of her ribs.
Oh, my gosh.
John, did you give her a body shot, an uppercut to the body before giving her a hug?
Oh, my goodness.
I should have, with the left hook follow.
Well, weird. John, I hate to be around you if you guys got good news. Like, heaven forbid you win the lottery. Her head's going to pop off.
I know. Anyway, but yeah, it's not a made-up injury, so it happens.
Man, is your wife okay?
She is great now, but it took almost seriously a full year for that to heal.
John, thank you for the call. Wow.
That's not good.
No.
I was kind of wondering, like, if his wife was very small, right?
That's what he said. He said she's tiny.
Yeah, because that's how that would happen.
But just a regular day coming home from work?
Can you imagine how they would react if Boise State beat Ohio State in the college football playoff or something?
Hosting that game if the
I'd be at the stadium.
Yeah, right. If the playoff started today.
Is there any sporting victory or moment that could happen where you would be okay with living with an injury?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Bills winning Super Bowl,
Totally.
Maggie?
Yeah.
Maggie would cut off a finger Ronnie Lott style.
I think about it. I might.
Would you get a face tattoo, like a big Mike Tyson style face tattoo?
No.
Yeah, that's the worst.
Yeah, it's nothing that be permanent. I think is probably the line for a lot of people.
By the way,
no, I mean if I like injured myself, not permanently, but celebrating a Bills win, yeah, the Bills win is forever.
Yeah.
Oh, my body will heal.
I love the teams I love, but if you told me I'm only for example the Jets going to Super Bowl because I tore my patella tendon, I would be like, I don't know.
Yeah,
it's rough.
If it was a simple MCL tear and you were bad, or meniscus, would you have done it? You just had a bad
one. Yeah, like maybe it was a little. Honestly, maybe it was a little less.
Yeah, your injury was.
Yeah, your whole summer got wiped out.
Your injury
For
was
the Jets?
I mean, I'm been doing rehab for like a year.
Doing that for the Jets?
Yeah. By the way, Knicks,
Or
you do
Knicks.
it. Knicks, you do it. There's an MLB insider who says that Juan Soto is going to get up to $650 million. By the way,
Is his name Schmach Boris?
nope. It's I don't know. This is at Pete the Body. Pete Bellotti Jr. says the Mets should sign him 13 years, $650.
But
I don't think apparently a lot of MLB
the White
insiders
Sox should be weighing in on Juan Soto numbers.
Yeah.
Pete Bellotti.
Yeah. A lot of insiders say he might get to $6.
I'm a great time.
Yeah. So that $700 million is going to look like the greatest bargain in the history of sports in about 3 weeks.
855-212-4227. So there you go. Little update on Shohei Ohtani, the shoulder surgery. And the question off of that, just a hypothetical. The Dodgers only win one World Series with Shohei. Will that be enough? Coming up, I thought this was alarming. I think it's behavior that should, quite frankly, be knocked off immediately. We'll tell you what it is next.
All right, sports fans, listen up. 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer, and bladder leaks can be a side effect. That's why Depend is teaming up with the Prostate Cancer Foundation to encourage screening. Because health is a long game, and it's yours to win. Now, here's the cool part. Through November, Depend is contributing up to $300,000 to prostate cancer research by donating 40 cents for every purchase of shields, guards, and RealFit products. Void in Mississippi. Learn more at Depend.com.
You're in a 4.5 minute break. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. 1 minute remaining. $45 seconds remaining. $30 seconds remaining. $15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Daily.
Do you believe that?
Deion.
You believe that?
Welcome back, Maggie and Perloff. It's getting real in Colorado. Like, we're thinking playoffs possibly. What is that crazy Uncle Deion up to now?
You mean Coach Prime?
He's America's uncle in a sense that, like, I feel like everybody kind of feels like we're, part of the Deion Sounders crowd. In the sense of, like, I can see
Shannon Sharp is everybody's uncle.
Yeah, kind of, but like I feel like Deion is not Deion sort of all his players feel like, and the people he recruits, he feels like, you're part of the family.
Well, definitely.
Like, and the fans too. You're part of the Deion kind of family.
Definitely Travis Hunter, because
right.
he literally lives with Deion.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
And that leads us to our daily Deion. So Colorado last week, was it the bye last week, right? They have a bye last week? Yeah, right. So they're on their bye. So you saw Travis Hunter was doing some rounds on some pregame shows and stuff like that, which is fine. Totally cool. So Deion is telling a story, though, about Travis Hunter late at night on the property on a four-wheeler.
Funny thing to me, I just saw him. It had to be 1 o'clock in the morning. He riding four-wheelers around the property, just, and I'm just hearing this, like thinking to myself, you better not fall off this darn four-wheeler. The whole country is going to be at my throat if you fall off this four-wheeler. But the four-wheeler just gives off the sound that is going faster than he was, because he knows better.
Yeah, I'd probably get off the four-wheeler. I'm not trying to tell somebody how to live their life, but there is so much money at stake for this young man. And I'm not saying never ride a four-wheeler again. I would just say maybe from now until April. Maybe stay off the four-wheelers. Here's more from Sanders saying Hunter was out late at the shooting range on the property, but then he said he was surprised because he was just up in the morning like fresh as a daisy for all these pregame shows.
Then next thing I know, we got a shooting range. We do things, and he's pop, pop, pop. I'm hearing all that. Like, then I'm thinking my mama's gonna go crazy because she's trying to sleep. But then I'm thinking, well, my mama can't hear like she used to hear, so she probably can't even hear it. I'm thinking all these thoughts are going in my head.
Deion's house sounds like Billy Madison's or something. I mean, you got four-wheelers, you got a shooting range, the clowns, the circus. Like, it sounds very fun, I guess, to be at Deion's. But
and I mean, Colorado, like, you have room to do all that out there. That's awesome.
Totally.
That's that whole speech is a good recruiting tool. Like, come to Colorado, you can live here and drive four-wheelers and go to the shooting range.
So last one from Deion, he didn't even realize until a day later that, Travis was up late doing all this stuff on the same day that he was doing a lot of media.
I wake up and see him on television. I just bust out laughing. Like, you just left. Like, when did you leave? Like, I didn't even know he was going to make the rounds that early. But we know we have a private airport, I think, 15 minutes from the crib. And he must have got up. He had to only sleep on the plane. There's no way. And I'm sitting there thinking, only Travis has that type of energy that he could go all day like that and go city to city. I think he was in like 4 different cities in one day.
Tight ship Deion's running over there. No,
is that true?
Here's the thing. This is not the kind of stuff that I want out before the pre-draft process when they basically go through your entire life with a fine-tooth comb.
No.
He's not doing anything wrong. It's just four-wheelers late at night. Like, this is how accidents happen. And with, again, all this money at stake, I'd probably keep it a little low-key.
Yeah, it's hard to, but think about it. this is a young man. Like, good luck telling a college kid to keep it low key. First of all, pick up basketball is the most dangerous thing to any football player. But
100%.
Yeah, you can't tell these. This is fun. This is Deion. Like, this is there is a joy to this Colorado program because Shedeur seems completely oblivious to anything. He just goes out there and slings that football, and Travis also. So I kind of like it. I like the vibe they're creating.
Well, that's fine, but I'm trying to think about investing in an asset. And this happened actually with a player for the New York Giants on their bye week last year. He was riding a four-wheeler in Costa Rica or whatever it was. Manny Bogusch, help me out with this. And he got hurt. Was this 2 years ago?
You talking about David McKinney?
Yes, Xavier McKinney, who's no longer on the team. He's now on the Packers, being awesome. But still, it hurt his team. The other part about this is,
oh, come on.
He's so close to possibly winning the Heisman. Like, this is the part of it where it's like, yeah, I know you're a young person. You want to do what you want to do. But also, you're not just like any other young person. But you've got this moment in front of you.
You have this special vibe with the Deion-ness of it all. You can't be halfway there. You can't all of a sudden put him in bubble wrap. Like, this is the brashest program and the brashest football player of all time, Deion Sanders. Like, you can't all of a sudden be careful.
Wait, hold on. Didn't we have the story that came out a week ago? EJ, I think you put it in our doc, but we never talked about it. Jalen Hurts was on a golf outing with
Barack Obama and
Saquon Barkley was there too. I think Jeffrey Lurie.
It was Obama, right?
Yeah, Barack Obama.
Yeah.
And Jalen Hurts couldn't play because it's in his contract that he can't play golf, let alone ski, skateboard, scuba dive, jump out of an airplane, whatever. Again, like, this is going to be Travis Hunter's reality soon.
That's so weird, too, because most athletes play golf more than they practice their actual sport.
Yeah, I looked at Jalen Hurts' agent, like, come on, Nicole, what's going on here?
Is, obviously, Saquon, who's more injury-prone than even Jalen Hurts, was out there swinging that thing. But, yeah, no, I think, Maggie, you know college kids. Do you think you could keep him off a four-wheeler? Like, come on.
Well, I don't think it's too much to ask. Hey, stay off a four-wheeler. It's not like, it shouldn't be, I don't think that's that much of a, inconvenience.
Really, if we're really talking about the draft, like, shut him down, Nick Bosa style. Like, that's what he really should
That could
do.
be on the table, by the way.
I don't think so. I think, no,
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Have you ever driven a four-wheeler?
No.
Okay.
But it's not, first of all, it's not like you're taking your life in your hand by going on a four-wheeler.
I mean, I've definitely... Listen, I had the privilege and pleasure of interviewing Amy Van Dyken before, who is a gold medalist swimmer who actually is now a paraplegic, because she did get hurt on a four-wheeler. But that's besides the point. That's obviously the most extreme example. But I've ridden on one myself. They're easy to just lose control of if you're going too fast.
Right.
So, anyway, sorry to bring it down to that. Bogusch has headlines for us. Hi.
Hello again, guys. Your headlines are sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Progressive is proud to support veterans and small businesses with their annual Keys to Progress vehicle giveaway program, helping our heroes drive their lives forward. Learn more at keystoprogress.com. Ohio State, Boise State, Texas, Alabama, Penn State, Notre Dame, and Tennessee, Indiana, all on campus. Those will be the first-round matchups in our new 12-team college football playoff. Based on last night's initial reveal of the committee's top 25, Oregon, Georgia, Miami, and BYU would be getting first-round byes. All told, the Big Ten and SEC each had 4 schools apiece in the top 12. Oklahoma State coach Mike Gundy apologized yesterday for Monday's comments, lowlighted by saying complaining fans, quote, can't pay their own bills. Gundy is not handling a 6-game losing streak well. His social media apology said he did not intend to insult anyone, but I'm not sure what else you could be doing with those comments.
He's got this lifetime contract, right?
I guess.
I think it's getting dicey over there.
Yeah, he's got to win games.
Yeah, I think he's getting dicey over there. That is, you want to talk about an alumni base that has unlimited money? Oklahoma State. They
got the one guy.
They will let that guy.
Is he still with us?
If he's not, his money is.
Yeah, I think the money is not bad, even if he's not around. But they will get rid of him in a second.
Well, I don't know. I feel like he's an institution there.
That's what I'm saying. He seems like Supreme Court. Like, this is a lifetime appointment.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but yeah, I'm with Maggie. Like, it doesn't feel right that he would not be the coach there.
I think this is like for Oklahoma State. I think this is going to go down as one of the all-time disappointing seasons there. Like, You had
What was their
Ali
preseason
Gordon
ranking, like
was supposed-
17?
Yeah.
Right, but Ali Gordon, it was a down. That might have been the number one ranking in the Big 12. I mean, you had Ali Gordon, Heisman candidate. I don't know what happened to him this year. It just disappeared off the face of the earth.
Yeah,
and
he had a lot of issues on
before the
and
season.
off the field.
Right,
yeah.
exactly. The team has not played well. Gundy's putting his foot in his mouth. It seems like every week. We kind of forgot about the stuff he was saying earlier this year. Like, this is they had the debacle with the QR code. Like, this has been a bad.
Oh my gosh, the QR code.
Terrible season for Oklahoma State.
I mean, they're last. They don't have a win in the conference.
They're terrible. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think it's getting dicey. I'm not saying maybe this year is the year, but he can't do this again. And then throwing the fans under the bus. I don't know.
Got any
I mean,
more
but there've been
or
much
Mike
higher
Gundy?
ranked Oklahoma State teams. I mean, they've been under him. They've been top 10. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
multiple
for sure.
times.
And he's been a good coach. It just feels like they're kind of in this. They're in this weird state. They're in no man's land, right? Like maybe they've always been. And to be fair, but I think there was an expectation that Gundy could get them maybe to at least status, especially once all the big dogs left the Big 12. And now they're last place. They can't win a game.
But I mean, this is like, I'm looking at his ranking. Like, he's ended up, like, every year has been successful. But this year is bad. You're right. But he's had a lot of consistent success. I mean, he's leaving the big. Anyway, yeah, I think he's fine. I'm on Team Gundy.
Well, I won't
not
go
really.
far as say
Yeah,
that.
You're on Team Gundy fire.
I'm on
right
Team
now.
Gundy stays there. Like, look at this is really. You're right. It's been
I'm
a
on.
bad
They don't
year.
have the stones to fire him.
But like, honestly, like.
Two double-digit win seasons in 7 years. I don't think that keeps you around. Given
They've
the money
had
they're
two
spending.
double-digit win seasons out of the last 4 years.
No, but there was a stretch where he was winning almost double-digit wins every year.
Yeah,
Well, see, that's the thing. This is where the 12-team college football playoff. This is where fan bases probably like Oklahoma State are thinking, "Oh, we're a lock," and especially with Texas and Oklahoma leaving, it's like we're a lock now, and we're going to take care of this. And now you're not.
For some programs, it adds more pressure. For other coaches like Kellen DeBoer in Alabama, it helps him because he'll probably get into that playoff. Probably if they beat LSU. So you're right. But if you're a marginal team,
Like
there's
the Ole
more
Misses
pressure
and stuff like
Yeah.
that, definitely.
Well, yes. Is Ole Miss there's never been pressure for a team like Ole Miss to make a playoff. Like, that's never been a thing. I don't even know now. I mean, would they fire Lane? No way. I think
They won't fire Lane, but
they're still lucky to have Lane Kiffin.
I think LSU might be another one who thinks they should make it every single year.
The Lane Kiffins, the James Franklins, the Mike Gundys, their coaching status is going to be very faceted in the next few years. Because I think there was an
Institutions.
there's an expectation that those guys would really never win a national championship. So I think they were fine with just winning 10 games or whatever.
Yeah.
But like now that there's a playoff, if they like stop making it or losing the first round every year, like now again that football NFL pressure you have with coaches going to the playoffs, losing or just missing playoffs, that starts to creep into college football.
I think Lincoln Riley would have been one of those guys.
Riley, absolutely. I'm looking at Matt Rule's early on, but like how long is it going to be there before they're like, hey, where's the playoff appearances?
Well, yeah, or let alone a winning season.
Yeah.
Yeah, but or like, are those guys closer to Kirk Ferentz who are just going to be there till the end of time?
I know.
Because there was never any pressure on Iowa to do anything. And now, that is an interesting repercussion of the 12-team playoff. But I don't know. A Prescott firing Mike Gundy? It doesn't sound right to me. I hear what you're saying.
Joel Embiid's season debut delayed even more by a 3-game suspension from the league for shoving a newspaper columnist in the Sixers locker room last weekend. Embiid had been mad for days at Marcus Hayes for using his son's and late brother's names in a column criticizing Embiid. Jaylen Brown.
I saw that someone said that the real punishment should have been to make him play 3 games
That
in
was
a
a
row.
good tweet. I saw that too.
Yeah. Suspending him, that just really plays right into the Sixers' strategy of not playing him ever anyways.
Hey, that's my team you're talking about.
Jaylen Brown will miss a third straight
Sure.
Celtics game tonight because of a right hip issue. Spurs forward Jeremy Sohan headed for surgery for a broken left thumb. No timetable for his return.
Also, I'm sorry to interrupt you yet again. Greg Popovich?
Yeah, I know.
This is serious now?
Yeah.
That's what Sham said yesterday.
They're not disclosing what it is, obviously. It's none of
No.
our business. But first of all, obviously, hoping that he gets better.
For sure.
And I was thinking about this. I'm like, man, if he just, let's say he has to step back from coaching, hopefully he makes a recovery, but say coaching is not on the table anymore. Wembanyama? What's the plan? to keep developing him? I know he was still an older gentleman.
Yeah, what was the plan originally? I mean, Wemby was obviously going to outplay Greg Popovich by 15 years anyway.
I know, but you thought maybe you'd have him for the first 5?
I think the Spurs, I mean, I don't, part of me doesn't want to go there because I hope Pop comes back, but I do think that the development of Wembanyama, I think, is attractive for a lot of coaches. And I'm curious in terms, and Popovich has been very, very protective of the system he's put in place. I wonder what that system looks like when he's not coaching anymore.
Well, he's got a great coaching tree.
He does, but I mean, look at what the Spurs have been for the last now a little while.
Yeah,
like one of the worst teams in the NBA. So I wonder kind of just the future of the Spurs and kind of Wembanyama's development, if it looks entirely different from whatever Pop and that team was going to be planning for him.
Well, who are the names that they throw around? Becky Hammond. Not Duncan really, but like who is
Budenholzer was one of his.
Yeah, like so. Will Popovich has some say who gets to replace him? Like,
for sure.
Yeah, like Coach K style, right?
Yeah.
I think Becky Hammond left because, well, I don't know why she left, but
it felt like
she felt like she wasn't going to be the one.
She wasn't going to be the one. So I wonder who the one. It's not this guy Mitch Robinson, is it?
No.
What if it's Tim Duncan?
But I think they said it's not Duncan. I think there was some reporting, like, I don't know, that he didn't really take off as an assistant. Monty Williams, too?
I mean, he's had some now. I mean, his name is just really low in terms of just the coaching circles because of what happened in Detroit.
How about Steve Kerr doing a little Phil Jackson and have a second life?
That would be interesting.
That's interesting.
I don't know why Steve Kerr would. Actually, yeah. But was that interesting? Would that be weak to leave when Curry's retiring? I would have go join this guy, Phil Jackson style.
Yeah, it's like, well, Curry and Draymond are at the end. We already got rid of Clay.
Yeah.
I'm going to go see myself out. And Bob Myers did it.
Jordan's retiring. Hey, tell me about this Kobe kid. I'll coach him.
Scary scene last night in St. Louis. Blues forward Dylan Holloway was hit in the neck by a puck. He finished his shift, play went on, but about a minute later, the Blues bench began yelling for help. Holloway was eventually stretchered off the ice, taken to the hospital, but was apparently fine. Head coach Drew Bannister.
That was tough. I thought we, as a group, showed a lot of fortitude in the way mentally, being able to push through that, because the easiest thing to do is your head goes somewhere else.
The teams were sent off the ice after Holloway was treated. They finished the first period before starting the second. The Blues eventually won the game 3-2. Apparently his parents were in town, so they were at this game last night, which I guess is good and bad news because they were at least there with him right away, but they had to see this happen in person to their son. And I don't know if you guys saw, but it was really, what's odd is I saw tweets about it, then I saw the video, and when you say he gets hit in the neck by the puck, I'm thinking like slap shot, like mega velocity. It's just a puck that deflects up and hits him, and he just keeps playing. And then all of a sudden, they're banging on the boards, asking for help, and the trainer is very oddly like holding his head still as he's kind of slumping on the bench. It was really, really scary.
Did they think it damaged an artery or something?
No, I mean, they haven't said what any diagnosis would be, just that everything was fine as he was going to the hospital.
And he finished his shift too?
Yeah, and
That's crazy.
like he gets hit and he kind of like, recoils. You can see him go like, ow, basically. And then he's zooming around the house like nothing happened. He sits down. There's the camera's not on the bench anymore. So the next shot is him in distress and the trainer like helping him.
We should never have the question, who are the toughest athletes? It's hockey players. It's not. I know football players are very tough.
I don't know. Shohei Ohtani.
Wait, so Bogus, he's out of the woods, though, right? You're saying
as far as as far as everybody knows, he's fine as you can be.
I know someone who knows Clint Malarchuk, who had his throat slashed in the game.
By a skate.
I mean, you're right. It's like there are actually a lot of sports where now football is you could die. Some people do die on the field in high school a lot.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, it's like
I'm saying that.
Hockey,
when you
right.
tough out, like you play through something. Yeah. Football, you have a collision. You go, that is just beyond. That's scary.
Yeah, but I mean, but the all-time is the hockey goalies used to not even wear masks. Any of those photos are crazy.
You got to be the nuttiest professor out there to not wear a mask at a hockey game. Yeah, and then they made it worse, where it's like, all right, now you're gonna just look like a serial killer in one of.
Yeah, like our buddy.
Let's make you look like crazy.
But you do
than
get
scary.
to do the cool thing that we had a hockey guest, our friend Nate Thompson, longtime NHL player, to take your tooth out in an interview is awesome.
Was very cool, and he did that.
He's in the media, by the way. We got to get him back on.
Yeah, I just don't want to get hit in the face with a hockey puck or
Yeah.
the neck. Obviously, that's way scarier. But I don't want to.
Well, let's add the fact that you're on skates on an icy surface going 95 miles an hour. Let's add that into the mix.
Well, the other part too is they freeze the pucks.
Yeah.
So it's not just rubber; it's frozen rubber.
Right. And again, football players do not have knives attached to their uniforms
Yeah.
in any way as they're playing the game.
These guys are nuts. 855-212-4227. Bogish, thank you. Coming up, we've got to get to this. We thought we were reading this wrong when we first heard this news. Like, what? We'll tell you next.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. 45 seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back. Maggie Gray, Andrew Perloff. We had to check the date yesterday when we found out who the Raiders were hiring to shore up the offense. Norv Turner's back in the building. Now, his son is actually the coach there, but they brought Norv Turner back, Perloff. So it's a triumvirate of Norv Turner, Joe Philbin, Marvin Lewis, Tom Coughlin. It's like the who's who of 10 years ago. And for Norv, maybe a little longer.
I was so happy to spring Rob Ryan on that staff to you guys, too. It's just a complete picture.
Ryan?
So, in reality, this is all short term. It does seem like Antonio Pierce is not going to keep this job. That's the way I'm reading it.
Really?
And yeah, I mean, like they're non-competitive, really. So, if that's the case, and then they're back in the coaching hunt next year, I'll tell you what I think they should do.
Tell me.
Like, I really think they should make Tom Brady the CEO of this team. Like, they can't, because they're in just such a bad cycle right now. I mean, I know I'm not reinventing the wheel, but it just seems like they're getting the wrong hire again and again and again. So they got to just switch directions. Mark Davis has to give up control of that team.
Okay, so it's not a bad idea. The problem, though, with Brady taking over potentially is I think he would hire a Belichick assistant. And
that's true, but okay.
And they just don't have a great track record. I guess Bill O'Brien might at least, was a playoff team with Houston. So would he hire
I don't know.
him?
I'm not so sure.
Romeo Crennel,
Tom Brady's been in the NFL for a long time. He has a lot of connections.
Bruce Arians coming back?
Well, I was going to say, I don't know.
Byron Leftwich?
Maybe,
That's what I was going to say.
Maybe he's secretly friends with Kyle Shanahan. I have no idea. I mean, I think you're selling Brady a little short that he's just going to hire Josh McDaniels.
Well, they already did that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, I'm not so sure. I mean, but hey, what if it's Vrabel?
Maybe it's Vrabel. And they were teammates, and so that would make some sense also. I guess I've also seen this a few times where just because a person was a great player doesn't mean they're going to be a great executive.
I'm comparing him to Mark Davis.
Okay, so maybe the bar's not so high. But again, I thought Jeter was going to be really good running a baseball team. That didn't work out. I thought John Elway would be able to draft a quarterback and develop him. That didn't work out.
You drafted
Brock
so many
Osweiler.
bad picks over the last, the bar is just too low there. I'm just saying, honestly, I really do think just have a different voice in there. I don't care if it's even better or not. Just try something different.
Yeah,
you can't just go on to the next guy.
It's funny how much we're like, well, Brady obviously should move on from broadcasting.
That's the thing I was going to say is he's not even 2 feet in yet or ever. We
Well,
don't really know what's going to happen with that.
He's Tom Brady. I let him do both.
They're already letting him do both.
Yeah, there are. Well,
But he
sort
can't be
of.
the face of the team and also do that. It's funny that pairs very well with our great debate question for today. We do that every Wednesday, loosely based off the news. Last night, obviously, was the presidential election. We're asking you our sports version of who was the greatest sports executive of all time. Right now, EJ's pick of Jerry West is edging everyone out. It's a narrow vote between Jerry West and Theo Epstein.
God, I knew I was going to win this one with Billy Beane because the guy never won a title. That's a major mark on his record. But Brad Pitt, come on.
You're in
Come
last
on.
place right now.
Yeah, no, I knew it. But do you know what? Geniuses like me and Billy Beane, we aren't appreciated till after we're gone.
And also, I don't know, we got a movie about him. My vote of Pat Riley is in third place. You can go to @Maggie and Pearl and vote. Manny, your pick of George Steinbrenner didn't make it in because it's patently ridiculous. So
No.
No, there's only 4 slots.
Man, let me ask you.
And it's patently ridiculous.
If you're a Yankee fan, would you take George Steinbrenner now? Like, because I feel like I was reading the other day that they're saying they love Aaron Boone. Like, I think Yankee fans miss the big
Who
George.
loves Aaron Boone? Not the fans.
Cashman.
Oh, yes. Cashman does the fans.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, if George Steinbrenner was owning this team,
Aaron Boone probably would have been fired 3 times already if George
and
Steinbrenner.
Joe Girardi would have been back 4 times. That's real. Yeah, Steinbrenner's an interesting one. Suspended from baseball.
He's like Jerry
getting
Jones.
a notorious gambler to dig up dirt on Dave Winfield.
Like, I think that gets into Jerry Jones conversation. Is Jerry Jones a good owner or a bad owner?
There's that, and I know some people wanted to mention Jerry Jones in the chat and also on the calls. It makes me go back to the Yankees and wonder if actually Stick Michael is the guy we're not giving the credit to.
He actually built the dynasty
Right.
when George was suspended.
And is he the greatest sports executive?
Maybe.
Did he draft Jeter and those guys?
He
Yeah.
and didn't trade him
Yeah.
when George probably would have and wanted to. Thank you, AJ Stewart. Thank you to Manny Rodriguez. Thank you to Andrew Bogish, Andrew Kaplan, our former boss Spike Eskin, WIP Afternoon Show who joined us, and the Weedos and the Coffee Drinkers.